Good evening. I declare the council meeting open at 6 p.m. Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting today is being held on Wajak Noongar Budja, and I would like to acknowledge and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. I thank all past and present members of the community that have supported the city to better understand and value Noongar culture within the city of Wanneroo. I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Lord, we thank you for blessing our city, our community and our council. Guide us all in our decision-making to act fairly, without fear or favour, and with compassion, integrity, wisdom and honesty. May we show true leadership, be inclusive of all, and guide all of the city's people and many families to a prosperous future that all may share. We ask this in your name. Amen. Please note that the audio-visual proceedings of tonight's meeting will be live broadcast online with the exception of matters discussed behind closed doors. The broadcast of the proceedings of the meeting can be accessed live and on demand through the City of Wanneroo YouTube channel. We have no requests for electronic attendance this evening. And item 2, apologies of leave and leave of absence. We have Councillor Moore, who is on maternity leave, and we have 2 new requests for leave of absence, or a new request and an amended leave of absence. Our first request for a leave of absence that has been received is from Councillor Wright from the 12th of April to the 27th of April inclusive, and our second amended leave of absence is for the Deputy Mayor James Rowe, which is from the 3rd of April 25 to the 25th of April 25. So can I have a mover and seconder for the request for the leave of absence? Moved Councillor Berry, seconded Councillor Herridge. Councillors, can you please cast your vote for this? And that is passed unanimously. We now go to item 3, public question and statement time. The following general rules apply to public question and statement time. Public questions and statements should only relate to the business of the local government and should not be a personal statement or opinion. Only questions relating to matters affecting the local government will be considered at a council meeting, and only questions that relate to the purpose of the meeting will be considered at a special council meeting. Questions may be taken on notice and responded to after the meeting. Questions may not be directed at specific council members or a city employee. Questions are not to be framed in such a way as to reflect adversely on a particular council member or a city employee. First priority will be given to persons who are asking questions relating to items on the current council meeting agenda, and second priority will be given to public statements. Only public statements regarding items on the council agenda under consideration will be heard. Each person seeking to ask questions or make a statement may address the council for a maximum of 3 minutes each. We have a question from Mr. P. Mulcahy from Wanneroo. PQ010225. Mr. Mulcahy, would you like to take the podium and ask your question, please, or make your statement?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for hearing me tonight. I'm from Wanneroo. I would like, before I read my question, I didn't really go into a lot of detail as to why I'm asking the question, and I think it's important. So I've timed it. It's about 2.5 minutes. May I go ahead with that first?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. By coincidence today, I talked to a colleague at work and just told them I'm going to the council tonight because I was concerned about COVID. And she was very pleased because her mother had been taking the COVID-19 vaccines and developed myocarditis. So she wished me very well. The purpose of my questions are not to point the finger at anyone in the council. I think you all do your best, but rather to get a better idea of the council's role in supporting the experimental gene therapy known as COVID-19 vaccinations and acting with the state and federal governments in mandating or promoting them. Our government introduced these drugs on the basis it was an emergency, assuring us of their safety and efficacy, among other things, and in my view, embarked upon an extraordinary campaign of coercion, effective blackmail and mandates. These are effectively forcing many people who did not want them to have them. In time, its claims were reduced to simply reducing severity. Everything else, or anyone who suggested otherwise or chose not to have them, were vilified. Clearly, fully informed consent was never given. The emergency is long over, and I believe whatever the level, great or small, of involvement and cooperation the Shire of Wanneroo gave the state and federal governments, I urge it, in the light of a steady flow of quality research showing risks of great harm potential over the medium and long term, to stand up for the community it governs and call for an urgent suspension of these drugs until the community can be certain they are safe. I find it incomprehensible that an experiment embarked upon in an emergency that has created such distrust in the community has not been suspended after the emergency has long passed for a ruthlessly broad, deep, thorough and open evaluation into all of its aspects. I ask the Council today to publicly declare to our Shire community and all other levels of government that they are concerned unacceptable risks may be being taken with the people of our community and our nation, and as a minimum response to the current situation. So that's why I've asked my questions. That's where I'm coming from. My question is, can the Council please advise me in a brief summary form now and in a reasonably detailed summary form in writing in due course the following: all activities the Shire of Wanneroo and its workforce, including others working under any form of contract, making them responsible to the Council to fulfil any related requirements at the Shire's instruction, including the encouragement of or requirement to have COVID-19 vaccinations as part of their work. All activities where voluntary organisations or individuals had similar encouragements or requirements from the Council is what I mean. All activities by anyone on behalf of the Council by way of correspondence, signage in the community or Council workplaces promoting vaccinations, and any recorded instances of any Council personnel promoting the vaccinations in speeches or meetings in any forum. Any activity taken by the Shire to promote the vaccinations that were not mandated by any law to which the Shire was bound to comply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mulcahy. I think this is a HR issue for the city, from what I understand, and I will ask our General Counsel to respond to this from a legislative point of view and how we will respond. You'll probably get a response later about this. Ms Coles.
Thank you. Through the Chair, safety concerns in relation to vaccines is a TGA issue at a federal level. It's not something that the city would have a responsibility for.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions, Mr Mulcahy?
I do. I did see the answer to my question, which was a pretty blunt no answer. It was that it followed the Emergency Act. Can I ask why the Council did not actually answer my question? Because following the Act does not answer my question. My question was specific.
Who wants to answer that one? Mr CEO.
Thank you for your question. Through the Mayor, the City has responded formally in writing to your question. If you weren't satisfied, I'm prepared to take that on notice and respond to you in a more conclusive manner if that's what you would like. Very difficult to do it in the circumstances of right now, so it is something we'll probably take offline in accordance with the Local Government Act, and you've asked a question that I can't answer on the spot, so we'll certainly respond to you in writing.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr Mulcahy. We also have questions from Laura Kennedy, or a statement. Laura, would you like to come and take the podium Give us the suburb that you come from and ask your questions or make your deputation. Thank you.
Okay, good evening everyone. I'm coming from Eglinton up north, and I'm here today to do a statement of support for Councillor Bronwyn-Smith for her motion today. Thank you. So, good evening. I'm Laura from Aqua Creates, as well as a partner of Act Belong Commit. My vision is to inspire young minds through art, creativity, self-expression and mindful moments, empowering them to become confident, compassionate and creative. I'm here this evening to support Councillor Bronwyn-Smith's motion to help reduce graffiti by working with our youth and creating a brighter, more connected community through murals and urban art. Through my own journey, I've experienced firsthand the power of art. I believe art and creativity can break down barriers, enhance self-worth, build upon resilience, and create a sense of belonging. I've firsthand seen the impact that art can have on our young people when we provide a safe, non-judgmental space for them to express themselves. We can help them develop a sense of pride, ownership, and accomplishment. By valuing art and creativity in our community, this can lead to improved mindset and increased emotional well-being, whilst reducing the amount of graffiti and frustration that comes along with that. This initiative won't just benefit our youth, it will also have a positive impact on our community as a whole. By creating vibrant community spaces, we are supporting people to slow down, encouraging conversation, inspiring connection, and brightening days, leading to a stronger, more connected, safer community where people feel valued and included. I have noticed there are a lack of spaces for our youth, and even for myself, people my age, where could we safely and legally engage and explore our creativity? How can we discover potential talents and passions if we don't have access to the resources or facilities? Where can they practice? How can we develop skills and potentially turn creativity into a career path? We need to provide opportunities for experience, experiment, to learn and to grow. In fact, I've seen the immense interest in spray painting amongst our youth, and I'm developing a session to cater for this. This session will not only provide a safe and legal outlet, but also an opportunity for education, appropriate PPE, and guidance and mentorship. In our local area, with this lack of spaces for our youth, I'm also creating an after-school program, Creative Fusion, that will incorporate art, creativity and mindful moments to provide a safe and positive outlet. Envision a studio-style warehouse where youth can express themselves freely through art, a space where they can regularly paint the walls that incorporate mindfulness, sensory experiences and a chill-out zone. Creating an expo or event, empowered expression, based on what mental health looks and feels like for our youth. Having visuals when words aren't enough, or even an option. Creating non-permanent plywood walls and having our youth design and create, potentially choosing one to be turned into a community mural. I've also seen how a little encouragement can go a long way in engaging with our youth and creative activities. Recently, a group of youth who initially hesitated to participate with words, "I'm not really great in art," yet with some gentle encouragement, they soon found themselves immersed in colour, conversation and having fun. It was amazing to see them ignite their imagination and to be inspired by the creativity. By providing this supportive and non-judgmental space, we can help our youth overcome some of these challenges and discover the joy of creative expression, which is a healthy strategy to utilise. I urge you to support this motion and help create spaces where our young people can thrive. By doing so, we can empower them to express themselves and develop a sense of value, connection and community. Let's work together to add a splash of colour to our community's wellbeing.
Thank you, Ms Kennedy.
Thank you very much.
We have questions from Mrs Newton, Mrs Dot Newton, and I'll actually read them out so that they're on the minutes. She's not here this evening to read them out. Her first is about PQ 02225 from Mrs Dot Newton from Wanneroo about the Yellowgonga Boardwalk. 1. Why in the tender documents for the Yellowgonga boardwalk does it not state the location of the... Also, in the consultation part of the report, when were the Wanneroo Residents Association consulted, as they were the group who originally proposed this asset to our community? The response by the Director of Assets is the tender documents include an aerial map showing the location of the bird viewing platform. The report to be considered by Council at Ordinary Council meeting on the 25th of February 2025 includes plans. Community engagement was undertaken from the 22nd of July to the 14th of August 2022. An information letter with the proposed location was sent to the 134 local residents and homeowners. Information was also provided on the city's Your Say page. Mrs Newton's second question relates to PQ 03-225 and it's about minutes from the annual general meeting on the 3rd of February 2025. Why do the minutes of the annual electors meeting state my motion 4.2 was to review the bulk waste collection method, when it should read, requests council to review the method used and not charge properties for the bulk collection service when they are unable to access the service due to not having a verge. The minutes of the general meeting of electors reproduce electors' motions exactly as they are submitted, either using the city's online form or in writing at the meeting. This is the form in which the motion is presented to the meeting and is therefore the form in which it is voted on by the electors present. Review of the recording of the meeting minutes and minutes of the 3rd of February 2025 annual general meeting of electors of the City of Wanneroo confirms that motion 4.2 was presented to the meeting using the wording provided in the motion to the electors meeting online form submitted on the 27th of January 2025. And as there are no other residents in the chambers, I don't think there will be any more public questions for tonight's meeting. We now go to item 4, confirmation of minutes. So these are confirmation of minutes for OCO 1-225 of the Ordinary Council meeting held on the 10th of December 2025. Do I have a mover and seconder for these minutes? Councillor Wright is the mover. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Parker. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item? Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to this item? Are there any concerns about the minutes that we are just voting on for that Ordinary Council meeting? If there are none, councillors, please cast your vote. Councillor Miles? And that is passed unanimously. I have no announcements this evening. Item 6, questions from council members. Are there any questions? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I did send a last-minute email to the Director of Sing, and I'm happy for administration to take those questions on notice. The first question is in regards to a council decision on the 7th of December 2021 that council endorsed the request from a petition from the Green Village in Nangara to list a detailed design for the footpath on Clubhouse Lane and to support the detailed design and construction of this. Could administration please provide an update on that resolution?
Mr Singh.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As per the council decision, there was a design prepared, and after that, community engagement was undertaken with the affected residents where the footpath location was meant to be, and there was lack of support from the community feedback. Hence, the design didn't progress to construction. An update was provided to council members via a briefing note, I think in March 2023.
Thank you, Mr Singh. Do you have another question, Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I don't have the questions in front of me, so I'm trying to remember them. In regards to the particular project, were the residents of the village consulted as part of that consultation process?
Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. No, only those residents were consulted who were directly impacted by the proposed footpath location, and that they provided their feedback.
Thank you, Mr Singh. Councillor Wright, do you have another question?
Thank you, Mayor. So just in regards to that, can administration point me in the direction of the resolution of council to discontinue this project or not proceed with it?
Mr Singh?
Thank you, Mayor. The council resolution was for city to commence the design. I'll just try to read if that helps. The council decision was that request administration to list the detailed design, including the assessment of the stormwater drainage, removal of trees, and community engagement of 170 meters of footpath on the eastern side of Clubhouse Lane in the draft long-term capital works program in accordance with the request set out in the petition. So detailed design was listed in the budget, and under that particular project, we prepared the design, undertook the community engagement, which didn't support the footpath. Therefore, it didn't proceed to the construction listing in the budget.
Thank you, Mr Singh.
I
Councillor
suppose
Wright?
just my last question to finish off on that. So is this project still listed in the draft long capital works program? And if so, has council endorsed the removal of that particular program or particular project?
Mr Singh?
Thank you, Mayor. Normally, the footpaths are listed in a separate database based on the priority order of each footpath receives based on the pathway policy. And the council's long-term financial plan lists a recurring program for a footpath program. So depending upon the priority order project, they form part of the annual budget to be delivered in that particular year. So I can check that one, that when this project, what's the priority order for this project is at this point in time in the list of footpath requests city has.
Thank you, Mr Singh. Councillor Wright?
Sorry, I remembered the last one that I sent through. Sorry, Mayor. Just in regards to council's change in direction with the retention of trees and noticing that this council decision was made in 2021, what are the implications of that particular policy now that council has endorsed that particular detailed design and construction with the new city tree policy?
Mr Singh?
Mayor, I will have to take that on notice and maybe clarify with Councillor Wright which particular section of the policy being referred in relation to this particular project, and then I'll be happy to provide further response.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? If there are no other questions, we now go to petitions. We're going to move the petitions individually. Do I have a mover? The petition is being presented, PTO 10225 for Dalvik Park, Merriwa, installation of a front and court. Councillor Parker, are you happy to present this petition?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a petition signed by 21 residents requesting the installation of a Fronton Court in Wanneroo. We, the undersigned, formally request that Council considers the establishment of a Fronton Court in our community, specifically at Merriwa Dalvik Park. This request is driven by a shared belief in the power of sports to foster connections across generations, from young children to cherished seniors. As passionate Fronton enthusiasts, we recognise that this unique sport has the potential to bring people together, strengthen community ties, and promote active lifestyles. We have identified Merriwa Dalvik Park as a prime location for this purpose. The park's existing tennis practice court may be easily repurposed into a Fronton court without compromising its existing tennis court functionality. Adapting this existing facility into a Fronton court would not impose a significant burden on taxpayers, nor would it disrupt the park's existing amenities. Instead, it offers a prime opportunity for dual-purpose use, thus enhancing the shared utility of this public space. Also opening the possibility to practice other sports like squash, racquetball, handball, and front tennis. The introduction of a Fronton court would not only diversify recreational options in our area, but also provide a welcoming alternative to mainstream sports. It will promote inclusivity, offering a new way for residents of all ages, backgrounds, and skill levels to engage in physical activity and social interaction by participating in a new sport. We propose the modification of the existing tennis practice court at Wanneroo Dalvik Park, or the consideration of another suitable location in Wanneroo for this purpose. Together we can create a space that fosters well-being and unity through the joy of sport. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Do we have a seconder for this petition? Councillor Smith. Councillors, could you please cast your vote to accept this petition? And that is passed unanimously. We now go to petition PT02 225 2/1 Ferry Wren Street, Bankshire Grove, a proposed cafe bar operating from 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. and serving liquor, presented by Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor, and I believe Councillor Miles is happy to second the petition. It is 16 signatories identifying as residents within the City of Wanneroo, and the petition states, "We, the undersigned, strongly oppose any change to the current capacity functioning of the premises at 2/1 Ferry Wren Street, Bankshire Grove. We do not agree to the proposed cafe bar at this premises operating from 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. and serving liquor. The following are reasons why this is strongly opposed. The devaluation of surrounding residential properties. 1. 2. Residents have bought property directly opposite and near the premises with the understanding that it is not deemed for a cafe/bar, but for wellness/health-oriented businesses. 3. The noise from the premises and possible unruly behaviour from patrons in a family-oriented area. 4. The close proximity to a childcare centre and a wellness hub comprising of doctors' suites, a dentist and a psychologist. The proposed cafe/bar does not complement wellness and will negatively affect these businesses, not suitable for children and patients with medical needs. And 5. The insufficient parking in the precinct and its negative impacts on residents." Mayor, I table the petition.
Thank you. Councillor Miles is seconding this petition. Okay. Councillors, could you please cast your vote on accepting this petition? And that is passed unanimously. We now go to petition PT03 225 Frangipanni Park, Marangaroo, request for upgrade. This is being presented by Councillor Seif. Thank you, Councillor Seif.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a petition here that is signed by 29, it has 29 signatures, 22 of which are identified as residing in the City of Wanneroo and 7 are unable to be identified. We, the undersigned, request an upgrade to Frangipanni Park to better serve our community. This much-loved park needs improvements to make it safer, more inclusive and enjoyable for all. The proposed improvements: water fountains, provide hydration for visitors, including children and individuals with disabilities, seating with shade, add shaded seating for comfort, enhanced play equipment, include equipment suitable for younger and older children, fencing for safety, install secure fencing to protect children, including those with autism, nature play area, create a space for imaginative, sensory-rich play. These upgrades will make the park safer, more inclusive and more functional for our growing community. We urge the Council to prioritise this project. And I table the petition.
Thank you, Councillor Seif. And Deputy Mayor Rowe, you're seconding this item. Councillors, could you please vote on accepting this petition? Thank you, and that's passed unanimously. We now go to PT040225, Lansdale Primary School parking issues. Councillor Nguyen is presenting this. Do we have a seconder for this petition? Councillor Huntley. Councillor Nguyen, would you like to present the petition, please?
Yes, proud to present this petition on behalf of the residents in Lansdale relating to parking issues around Lansdale Primary School, especially in the relation to the Brookway Retreat, Segley Close and Southmead Drive, including traffic hazard at Brookview and Southmead roundabout. There are 15 signatures, 14 residents and 1 signatures that need to be identified in the City of Wanneroo. Each of the residents have written their personal experience relating to this issue. I don't propose to read them all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen, and Councillor Huntley is seconding this petition. Councillors, could you please cast your vote to accept this petition? And that is passed unanimously. We now go to item 8, reports. Declarations of interest by council members, including the nature and extent of which the interest are to be made at the commencement of the item to which the interest relates. Declarations of interest forms are to be completed and handed to the Chief Executive Officer. Our first item in Strategic Land Use Planning and Environment is PS 01-02-25, authorisation for the signing and sealing of the proposed scheme amendment number 225 to District Planning Scheme number 2. Do I have a mover and a seconder for this item? Moved Councillor Miles. Do I have a seconder for this item? Deputy Mayor Rowe. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this item?
No, the report actually proposes everything that's required. Thank you, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to item PSO2-02-25, close of advertising, East Wanneroo Cells 1 to 9, Developer Contribution Plans, Annual Review of Costs for the period of 2024 to 2025. Can I have a mover and seconder for this item, please? Moved Councillor Miles, seconded Councillor Wright. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. The report articulates very well what's required of council and administration. I'd just like to make a note that council does need to start looking more closely at some of those cells with very high values in them, and they do need to start being refunded back to the developers sooner rather than later. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. Other than to say thank you to the planning team for reviewing some of those timeframes, in particular for the Central and Central East wards. I do note that some of the projects have been brought forward a few years, or there must have been some work around acquisition, so thank you for that. I look forward to seeing these close in the upcoming years. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. Thank you. And that is passed unanimously. I now go to Assets, Operations and Services, ASO 1-02-25, Department of Transport WA Bicycle Network Grants Program 2024. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved Councillor Figg. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Coetzee. Councillor Figg, would you like to speak to this?
Not too much, Mayor. I think it's fantastic that we're going to try and invest in some of this infrastructure. It's good to be seeking external sources of funding for that investment, and I commend this recommendation to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Figg. Councillor Coetzee, would you like to speak to this item?
Not much either, just echoing what Councillor Figg said, and happy about this.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Are there any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to ASO 2-225, Tender 24147, Provision of Minor Works for the Supply and Installation of a Boardwalk at Yellowgonga Regional Park. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved Councillor Wright. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Herridge. Now, councillors, please understand that there are confidential items attached to this. If we wish to speak to the confidential items attached to this item, we will need to go behind closed doors. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a short statement from me. Look, it is a project that would add value to the local area. I do think it is a good investment into this central ward. I do also note, though, that I am a bit worried around cost blowouts for this project, as I do note it is quite a bit of money for this project. So I'm hoping that this is contained or comes under budget. Because I do know we are funding some of the other costs through the city's municipal budget. So happy for the project to proceed and look forward to seeing the end product for the area. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this item?
Just quickly, Mayor, I did note one of our questions today was from Ms Newton. I do reiterate in the same that I had to actually look up and go back and see exactly where this was, because this hasn't actually come to us before. So I think we were a little remiss in actually placing the specifics in the report on where this actually was. But other than that, same as Councillor Wright, and send this to the floor.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously, councillors. We now go to ASO 30225, the Girraweed Hub Precinct Redevelopment Project Update, and that is moved by Councillor Seif and seconded by Deputy Mayor Rowe. Councillor Seif, would you like to speak to this item?
I believe that change is a long time coming, so I'm glad to see that there's some progress happening in Girraween with Girraween Hub. I understand the city has done a lot of community consultation around this, and that there's more community consultation to come. We have revisited the design of the plan. It has, after myself and Deputy Mayor Rowe have asked several questions, it has been made very clear to us from administration that this plan will be adding additional value to the community, expanded square metres available to the community, including enhanced open spaces. I am disappointed that we have not been able to attract any federal or state funding for this project, and I do have a question around that.
Councillor Seif, ask your question.
So the question to administration is, has administration had face-to-face meetings with candidates from both major parties about this particular project, considering it is one of our top 3 advocacy projects?
Mr CEO.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Seif. Through the chair, state or federal, Councillor Seif?
Both.
Yeah, both sides at both levels, yes, as recently as last week.
Great, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make some comments. It was disappointing to read an article that was published in Perth Now and West Australian after the briefing session that had the headline, Girraween Hub Precinct Redevelopment set to be scaled back to single-storey design. While the words scaled back may be the choice of words of the journalist, modified would have been a more appropriate way to describe it, realising that these articles are under paywall. Residents of Girraween and surrounding suburbs seeing that article would have felt that the city was adjusting or modifying the project in a negative manner. And I think that article, although the text itself in the body of the article provided an accurate commentary of the council briefing session and the questions that were asked, the headline, in my opinion, was very disappointing and regrettable. Mayor, in terms of the report itself, I am pleased that the revised concept will be more accessible. 1 story rather than 2 responds to earlier concerns about how the buildings would interact with each other and how patrons of one building would be able to easily access the others. The detailed design must now incorporate local perspectives and the unique points of view of groups and residents, many of whom have used these facilities for decades. I think special consideration needs to be given to the Girraween Community Garden. They are a small group of hard-working volunteers who have established a very successful garden space through a long-term lease negotiation with the city. They have came to council before and presented their concerns about how the disruption of the construction process will affect their day-to-day operations. So I ask that the administration continues to work with them and all user groups in close partnership as the project continues on. Turning to the question of funding, I am pleased that the city is pursuing every funding avenue available to it, including through the possibility of election commitments and standard grant applications. Given the age of the buildings and the significant need that exists in the community, I remain committed, and I know my fellow ward councillor does as well, to ensuring this redevelopment is achieved to its maximum potential. While the city will exhaust all options to secure funding and reduce municipal contributions, we must be prepared to deliver for this community, if necessary, alone. It is worth highlighting once again that Girraween and surrounding areas were established in the late 1970s and early 1980s without the benefits of a healthy DCP fund. Instead, the area has invariably relied upon grants and municipal funds to renew, maintain and upgrade its assets. I note that the state election is upcoming on the 8th of March, and with some disappointment that the city is yet to secure an election commitment for this project from the state government or the state opposition, despite the fact that the city has pre-funded the detailed design, despite the fact that the city has allocated a project in the South Ward in the top 3 advocacy asks for the first time that I can recall in living memory, and despite the fact that the city has met with, liaised and negotiated with major party candidates on both sides. I make one closing comment and I will allow councillors to draw the inference. The City of Stirling has secured an election commitment from WA Labor for $4 million for the Hammersley Hub. The City of Wanneroo is yet to secure anything for the Girraween Hub. Both buildings are of a similar age, similar issues with their deterioration. They fulfil similar functions and activities for their communities. Hammersley Hub is located in the seat of Kingsley with a margin of 14%. The Girraween Hub is located in the seat of Girraween with a margin of 33%. Councillors can draw their own inferences on what that means. The only message I would give to the state government and the state opposition is that the hub aligns with all of your key priorities. The functions that it delivers, whether it be providing accessible places for people of the seniors community, places where people can learn how to use the computer, English language classes, interactive play workshops, Achievers Mentoring Club, homelessness support, all sorts of things operate out of those buildings and they're closely aligned with the state priorities. So I hope in the near future we are more successful as we continue to advocate for funding. But I remind Council that if we do not receive maximum funding opportunities, we must be prepared to deliver for this community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rowe. Are there any speakers against this recommendation? Councillor Wright has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. And following on from Deputy Mayor Rowe's speech, a question for the administration. Has the administration prepared any alternative scenarios for Council to consider around the funding arrangements for this project?
Mr CEO.
Not in detail at this point, Councillor Wright. We really are waiting for the election cycle to come to an end, I guess at both the state and federal level, before we go back to the drawing board and have a look at exactly how we're going to fund this project. So probably a couple of months premature.
Thank you. Any other questions before we go? Councillor Nguyen.
Can you just clarify in terms of the design for the original concept and the new concept, is the floor area, the total floor area, the same in terms of what's in the proposed? Is it 2,700 square metre?
Mr Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yes, that's correct. For both concepts, single story and two story have similar floor areas.
Okay. And
Thank
so,
you, Mr Singh. Do you have another question, Councillor Nguyen?
so effectively, we reduce the story from 2 to 1 story, but expand, I guess, the single story to take into account the change.
Mr Singh?
Yes, that's correct. The footprint will increase to accommodate the required area.
Thank you, Mr Singh. Any other questions, councillors? Would you like to speak for the item or against the item? Okay, Councillor Nguyen is speaking against the item. Councillor Nguyen, go ahead.
I support the development of the Gilwyn Hub. I'm just disappointed that we are changing the initial concept. I think it's a real missed opportunity. Gilwyn residents have been waiting for this development many years. And it's the opportunity for us to really invest in the people in this area. The concept that we have here replicates what is already there, and in some areas there's minor change that increase the area, but we can do better, I believe. I think we can not only expand the footprint from what were originally 2,000 square metre to 2,700 square metre, really make this a statement, something that we can really be proud of. And I think we can really invest in the people in this area. Now, we're catering for the existing groups. We need to also look at future community groups that are using this, and also the capacity of the existing group that are using this to expand their community social groups. But we're doing that. So I'm so disappointed that the initial cost estimate for a 2-story was in the region of $28.7 million. Now, we're getting a single story for 26.2 mil as a revised cost estimate. So essentially, $2 million short, and we're getting a single story. I mean, I don't know if we're getting value for money for what we're giving to the community. So while I support the development, I think we can do a lot better to give back to our community in this. So I think we need to go back to federal government and ask for more. I'm certainly committed to the development of this area. I just don't want us to compromise and getting something less than what we should be getting.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Do I have any speakers for this recommendation? Oh, I have a question. Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. A question, if I may. Is it correct, can the administration advise, that the original concept referred to previously proposed to sell off a third of the entire land parcel for either commercial or residential use, and the proposal before us tonight intends to retain all of the land for community use?
Mr Singh.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think the master plan, or the first concept as part of master plan, did make provisions for a section of the land could be excised for future residential, depending upon social housing type residential area. With this revised concept with the single story, that option wouldn't require that to happen, because that will be accommodating the full facility on the site.
Thank you, Mr Singh. Do I have any speakers for this recommendation? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to say that within the discussions through forum and through briefing and fully understanding how the change came about and what it means, I'm fully satisfied that the community, in terms of community consultation and what the needs are, that has been fulfilled by this. And I echo the ward councillors in their satisfaction with that as well and support them. And I'm happy to proceed with that. So happy with how it's turned out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Do I have a speaker against this recommendation? If I have no speakers against this recommendation, Councillor Seif, would you like the right of reply?
No, thank you, Mayor, other than to say that I fully support all the comments that the Deputy Mayor just made and, and what the other councillors have said as well. I take that into consideration too.
Thank you, Councillor Seif. Councillors, please cast your vote for this recommendation. And that is being passed unanimously with all of the councillors supporting this recommendation. We now go to asset maintenance, ASO 40225, the Yanchep Coastal Management Advisory Group, appointment of council members, delegates. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved Councillor Figg, seconded Councillor Coetzee. So we have 5 councillors or 5 positions for this group. So I would like to be on this group, so I put my name down for that. Councillor Coetzee and Councillor Figg. Are there any other councillors that want to be on the group? So that's... I'm already in it, so there's a 5th spot, so...
You're there, the mayor.
Is there a 5th councillor? I've got Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Figg, Councillor Smith and Councillor Berry. Councillor Parker. Okay, and the mover for this is Councillor Figg and the seconder is Councillor Coetzee. Do I have any speakers against these councillors being on the committee? If I have no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. Councillor Nguyen? Yes, that is passed unanimously. In culture and development, we have withdrawn the proposed deaccessioning of Tony Jones Public Artworks in Kahana Park, Butler, so more information can be brought to the next briefing. We go to CP 010225, Yanchep Lagoon Preliminary Foreshore Management Plan. This is moved by Deputy Mayor Rose, seconded by Councillor Herridge. And Councillor Coetzee, you have an amendment and express a conflict of interest.
Yes, thank you. With regard to item CP 010225, I disclose that I live close by to this area. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on this matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Yes, Madam Mayor, I have an amendment.
Before you go ahead, do you have a seconder for your amendment?
I do.
Councillor Figg, yes. Go ahead, Councillor
Thank you.
Coetzee.
The short-term stays at the Yanchep Lagoon are backed by an economic feasible assessment done by Praxis in November 24. This assessment highlights that it could really boost the local economy and expects to see a big jump in visitors coming to the city of Wanneroo. According to the Praxis report, adding short-term accommodation is estimated to bring about 6 million in spending for places to stay in 2024, and that number is set to rise to 11.2 million by 2046. Also, as mentioned on page 270 of the report, adding this accommodation will speed up the process of providing the needed space for retail and food beverage spots. The amendment matches up with the goals of the former City of Wanneroo Tourism Plan 2024, which pushes for more accommodation choices in the area, and the new economic development strategy of 2022-2032, and they got the green light. Ignoring short-term accommodation would be a missed chance to really tap into the potential of this area, making it harder for it to become a lively spot like Scarborough, Ocean Reef Marina, or the Hillary's Boat Harbour. Having the right places to stay is the key of drawing in overnight visitors, which helps mix up things, supports local businesses. If we don't offer these options, we'll mostly just get day trippers, and that limits how much of an economic boost the area can have. And therefore, I ask my fellow councillors to support me in this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Councillor Figg, would you like to speak to this amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First of all, to echo Councillor Coetzee's comments on this, I think it's a bit of a no-brainer. With all respect, I think that we have land that is zoned for tourism up in that part of the lagoon. I think it is a potential job creation mecca for our area. There's going to be multiple tourism sites in Yanchep eventually, and I think the City of Wanneroo has an interest in retaining a site and developing a site that meets those tourism goals. I think it would build the community in a way that would feel included in the city's vision for the entire district, in that we want to develop tourism and we want to expand our economies of scale, ensure that we can deliver a good day out for everyone wherever they go within the city, and I think we can contribute to that. It'll diversify our economy, build some resilience in our economies, which currently do tend towards servicing their immediate area and towards the construction industry, which can be, it can be a bit difficult to diversify, and tourism is a golden opportunity to be able to do that in our area. And finally, I believe it's a possible income source for the city sometime down the track. It won't be massive, but having any extra income source that the city could have through a commercial means less rates we have to impose on our ratepayers. So I do ask our other councillors to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Figg. Do I have any speakers against the amendment? If there are no speakers against the amendment, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to the substantive as amended. Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to the substantive as amended?
No, thank you, Mayor. I think the broad issues were discussed by the ward councillors in their discussion on the amendment.
Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this item as amended?
No, thank you, Mayor. I think everything's been said.
Thank you. Councillors of the ward have requested that they speak to the substantive as amended, and I'm going to give them permission because they have waited an extremely long time for this, noting that it's over 10 years since I did the motion on notice for the master plan, for this strategic master plan to happen, and they've all been waiting a long time too, particularly Councillor Coetzee. Councillor Coetzee, I'll give you 2 minutes, okay?
Thank you. I've worked on the Yanchep Master Lagoon Plan since I became a councillor 7 years ago. I distinctly remember our initial meetings with the community at Splendid Park, where a wave of excitement and innovative ideas filled the air. While we have seen some progress in the area since then, it has been much slower than we hoped for. Numerous community members have participated in those early meetings, continue to reach out to me, expressing their curiosity and concern about the pace of progress. I sincerely hope that the services will get done soon in the area where be our guest holdings, and we'll hope that they will open soon their doors to the cafe restaurant area there. Its opening would significantly contribute to our community's vision and enhance the local landscape. The potential impact of this establishment cannot be overstated, and I look forward to seeing it come to fruition in the near future. The Yanchep Lagoon is a major attraction for tourists, highlighting the urgent need for short-term accommodation in the area. By providing these options, we can significantly enhance the local economy, creating jobs and fostering growth within the community. One of my primary concerns is the urgent need for the future footpath along Brazier Road, essential for the safety for our residents. This project is scheduled for 2026-27. I hope we can expedite this timeline. Additionally, we face a pressing need for increased parking at the Yanchep Lagoon as a beloved destination that draws large crowds on Sundays and warm days. I'm incredibly grateful for the transformation of the Orion Cafe, which is now a vibrant hub for our community. The potential in this area is immense, and it is my sincere hope that we do not wait another 7 years to see a comprehensive report on the future development of the lagoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. And Councillor Figg, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I will try and keep it brief. I want to echo again Councillor Coetzee's comments about the Brazier Road footpath, which has been one of those projects where it's so desperately needed but run into so many speed humps, pardon the pun, that we need to make sure that in any way it can be quickened that we do, and I look forward to admin continuing to update us on that one. It's fair to say that some of the lagoon precinct short-term wins have turned out to be a little bit more medium to long-term than we'd hoped. The services delivery and the delivery of the old surf club redevelopment has been a bit of a thorn in our side. There's been a difficult and complex project, but it's excellent to see some progress there. I think it's an opportunity to deliver, rather than a few piecemeal parts of this project as we came along, to deliver it all at once. We've got this plan coming to fruition right when we're about to commence the construction of those services. I think despite the delays, this is an opportunity that we can grasp now, and I'm glad that we have this before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Figg. Do I have any speakers against this recommendation as amended? If there are no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to Business and Finance, CSO 1225, the financial activity statement for the period ended the 30th of November 2024. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? You have a question, or do you want to move it, Councillor Wright?
Mayor, I'm happy to move on block CSO 1, 2, 4 and 5, which are the 2 financial activity statements and 2 warrant payments, because I do know we do have a lot of agendas tonight.
We have an absolute majority that's needed for the third case. Do I have any questions on financial activity statement for 2024, November 2024 and 31st of December 24? If there are no questions, I'm happy to move those 2 on block. So we'll move those on block. Councillor Wright, do I have a seconder to move these on block? Councillor Herridge. Councillor Wright, do you want to speak to these items?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Herridge, do you want to speak to these items? Are there any speakers against either of these items? If there are no speakers against either of these items, councillors, please cast your vote. And they are passed unanimously. We now go to item CSO 3225, the mid-year review of the Corporate Business Plan 2024-25, 2027-28 and Annual Budget 2024-25. Do I have a mover and a seconder for this item? Moved Councillor Parker, seconded Deputy Mayor Rowe. Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to this item?
Just very briefly, I'd like to thank Mrs. Jennings and her team for an outstanding report and outcome and for getting this report to Council on time. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
Only to echo the comments made by the mover, I know there are some statutory timeframes around when this report needs to be presented to Council for consideration and adoption, and I note that it has been presented in such a timely manner.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rowe. Do I have any speakers or questions? Yes, Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. Just noting that we didn't get the opportunity to ask this last meeting because we didn't have this in front of us. With Council's indulgence, I just wanted to ask a couple of items that have come through on the proposed changes and the wording that was used for PR 2602 on page 175 proper. It's the Nangara-Wangara upgrade to Hartman and Mirrabooka Ave. It's just the words that have got will be undertaken. No further works will be undertaken in the short term with funds to be rebudgeted. Does that mean exactly what it means, or is it implying something else, that we're not doing something?
Mr Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This is the section which is dependent upon the work being done by Main Roads for extension of Whitford Avenue or realignment of Whitford Avenue and Angara Road, a new intersection at Wanneroo Road. It's not likely to happen this financial year, so that's what this means.
Yes, Councillor Herridge.
One further one, next page over 177, the additional funds required for the street lighting relocation of Lansdale Road to upgrade the traffic treatments. Has that put back any of that program at all? Because I know a lot of residents are actually concerned with that traffic treatment and the project being not completed.
Mr Singh.
Mayor, I don't have the exact program with me at the moment, but I'll be happy to update council members with any changes to the schedule, if any.
Councillor Wright, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just one question from me. I remember last year I also asked the same question around whether it's something that administration is able to organise a mid-year review workshop for council members. So we're briefed on the changes, if council members want to put forward any changes, if that was possible. Because at the moment, a lot of this has been admin-led, and I understand some of it needs to be around, obviously, with third-party people involved in the process, but I was wondering if there was an opportunity that a mid-year review workshop can be organised for council members to talk about these changes and how we're tracking.
Mr CEO.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wright, and through the Mayor. The time frame to get this report to Council is very tight. Obviously, mid-year concludes at the end of December, and then there's obviously a period where there's a lot of staff away, and then there's a fair bit of work that needs to occur. We can certainly go back and have a look at the calendar and then advise councillor whether it's possible to actually get it to a forum discussion, as an example. I'll probably also defer to Ms Jennings to see whether she thinks there'd be room in the program to accommodate a session for council on this particular topic. Ms Jennings.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? Oh, Ms Jennings, do you want to speak to this as well?
Thank you, Mayor. I thought the CEO was asking me, but yes. To get it to this meeting, we managed to scrape it in by, within 10 minutes of the closing of the agenda. We could delay it for the next month because we do have until March to actually present it and try and put it in, have a session before it goes to then the March council meeting. But it will delay some of the changes to the budget. That's the only thing to take into consideration. But yes, unfortunately, as the CEO said, it was extremely tight to get it to today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. That was passed unanimously. We now go to transactional finance. I propose to move CSO 40225 and CSO 5225 on block unless there are any questions on either of the warrants of payments for November or December. If there are no questions on this item, do I have a mover and a seconder for both of these items on block? Moved Councillor Wright, seconded Councillor Berry. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to these items?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to these items?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillors, because anyone wants to speak against any of these items? If no one wants to speak against any of these items, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to CSO 6225, the proposed lease to AJS Motorcycle Club of WA Incorporated over a portion of Reserve 10866 Wattle Road East, Neerabup. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved, Councillor Miles. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Huntley. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this item?
No, I'm happy with the report, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Huntley, would you like to speak to this item?
No, happy with the report as well. Thank you.
Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. I now go to CSO 70225, proposed lease to the Return Services League WA branch incorporated for shed and storage area at 935 to 937 Wanneroo Road, Wanneroo Enterprise House. I understand Councillor Huntley has declared an interest in this item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. With regard to CS 070225, I disclose that I am a member of this RSL organisation. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved, Councillor Wright, seconded Councillor Huntley. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Huntley, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. Happy with the report.
Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to Governance and Legal, and we go to CEO 1-225 Strategic Risk Profile Update. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Deputy Mayor Rowe, do I have a seconder for this item? Councillor Parker. Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
Nothing to add at this time, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. So withdrawn the change of appointment of presiding and deputy presiding members of committees. This report has been removed following legal advice. Further investigation is required. It will be resubmitted for consideration at March 2025 council meeting. We now go to CEO 2-225, the Corporate Risk Profile, CO-010 Workforce Planning Risk Rated High. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item, councillors? Moved Councillor Wright, seconded Councillor Figg. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Figg, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to CEO 3-225, Ordinary Council Meetings and Forums Council Policy Exemption Request. Do I have a mover and seconder for the exemption request, please? Councillor Parker, seconded Councillor C. Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to this?
Happy with the report as is, thank you.
Councillor Seif, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you.
Any speakers against this item? Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. I will oppose the recommendation on the basis that when the policy was presented to Council last year, there was a comment by the Executive that we could not foresee the consequences of that policy, and the consequences are before us tonight, and it may be only natural to bring exemptions, but I think they should have been considered at the time, and if a policy was going to be applied, I think it should be more consistently than having to come back on an ad hoc basis for, at this stage, 2 requests for exemption. In the future could be more. So on that basis, I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Do I have any speakers for this? Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. While I agree with Councillor Rowe, the unforeseen consequence of accepting the policy on meetings, without it being mapped out prior, this is exactly where we've got to. So I'm glad to see this item come forward. This is a fabulous group of a lot of people and a lot of our emergency services that take the time out of their day to come and actually speak to us. This group was so important to us last time when we put councillors on there that we actually selected this for all of us. So it's an important group. In doing so, we increased the quorum size, which affected this group, and it has actually had a meeting cancelled because there wasn't enough present. So I think this group has gone through enough, and I'm thankful for the admin team that actually went beyond and above for the group to ensure that they're actually staying on the day that they've been meeting for several years now. Thanks.
Thank you. Any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, Councillor Parker, would you like the right of reply?
Not necessary, thanks, Mayor.
Okay, councillors, please cast your vote. So it's been passed with 13 for and 1 against, which is Deputy Mayor Rowe. And we now go to CEO 4/225, City of Wanneroo Integrity Framework Review. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved Councillor Wright, seconded Councillor Figg. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
Look, I'll try. I think administration's done a really good job on this. It was a good read, and I think reflects a more contemporary standard for the organisation. So I look forward to seeing how this plays out within the organisation. But it was a very well done document. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Figg, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor. Nothing to add. Thank you.
Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And it is passed unanimously. We now go to Council Support CEO 5/02/25, update on the proposal for the minor change to the ward boundaries. Do I have a mover and seconder for this recommendation? Moved Councillor Coetzee. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Herridge. Councillor Coetzee, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you. I'm happy to keep all my ward houses and residents. I'm happy to have them all back. Thank you.
Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this item? Are there any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. Councillor Nguyen? And that item was passed unanimously. We now go to the interesting part of the evening. We go to motions on notice, item 9. And our first motion on notice is MN01 0225, Councillor Berry, Queen's Mindari Surf Life Saving Club, increased use of Queen's Mindari Community Centre. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Berry?
I do, Councillor Bedworth.
Thank you. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item?
Can I propose a minor amendment to the recommendation, please, Madam Mayor?
What is the amendment, Councillor Berry?
So on item 1, where it says to be permitted following consideration of community consultation. So it's just to put in the words consideration of.
Are you happy with that change, Councillor Bedworth? Thank you. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this motion on notice?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. I'm asking for everyone's support tonight to provide the Queen's Mindari Surf Life Saving Club with some timelines following several meetings with City Administration.
We are well aware that the Queensmindari Surf Lifesaving Club is out of room and has been asking us for assistance for some time. We are also all well aware that in August 2023, decisions were made by this council that impact the club. This was recognised and council resolved to commit to work with the club to assist them with their space requirements, as at this present moment they still do have no additional space. Over 18 months has passed since that decision, and we have yet to actually give them any space. Administration have met with the club and suggested several things to the club, including an exclusive lease over the Queensmindari Community Centre. Having spoken to the club, this suggestion is favourable to them, but it's been met with another tiny delay, and that is whilst we undertake community consultation. These constant delays are not assisting a popular club that has a growing membership and growing requirements. We also heard in 2023 that it was predicted Elcamos Surf Lifesaving Club would meet the gap, but we have learned that this club is some time off being expanded. Queensmindari Surf Lifesaving Club remain the club of choice for many. They provide excellent services to our residents and visitors, and I feel they deserve more from us than constant delays after we agreed in August 2023 to assist them. To provide everyone with some certainty and timescales, I'm asking you all to agree to the motion on notice that will see community consultation take place without delays, which will enable the club hopefully to have an exclusive lease from the start of the financial year. I'm also asking that Council approves the budget for administration to work with the club and a consultant to look at the longer-term needs of the club. None of the above is unknown to administration who have been working with the club, and I thank administration for that. But I do think that it's time that we actually gave the club some certainty with timelines, and I ask you all tonight to support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bedworth, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can't really add much to that other than just to reiterate everything Councillor Berry said, in so much as this club is doing its best for the community it serves, not just the local community, but people that come and visit. Go have a trip down there on New Year's Eve when the fireworks are going off, Christmas Day, or any given hot weather day, and you can see the number of hours that the volunteers are putting in. Their equipment doesn't go away, and with more members comes a requirement for more equipment. So I think this is actually a very small measure we can take tonight to give that club some certainty and some help. So again, I would urge everyone to support this. Thank you.
Councillor Wright, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Just reviewing the recommendation, I had two questions. One was on recommendation 2. The recommendation specifically refers to user groups, and I was wondering why the general public wasn't included in that, considering they would be affected in this resolution.
Councillor Berry?
It's worded as user groups because the community that are using the user groups would get a chance to actually have their say via the user group that they are accessing, I guess. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Parker?
Yes, thank you. Just having a look at administration's comment. At the meeting on the 10th of February with the Queensmindari Surf Lifesaving Club, they were asked to consider how much increased usage of the Queensmindari Centre they would need to support the operations and reduce some of the capacity challenges they are currently facing. As an outcome of the meeting, Queensmindari Surf Club has agreed to review the additional usage requirements for the Queensmindari Club and how this would work with the existing user groups, and then provide this information to administration. I'm just worried that the club, this is actually the club saying that on the 10th of February that they would go back, have a discussion amongst themselves and ask these questions of themselves, what they needed, and then come back to administration. This recommendation is asking me to basically not listen to what the actual club is saying and what they're saying, look, we'll come back to you, to administration. So I think that the motion, while I understand what it's trying to do, is premature. And for that reason, I won't be supporting it, but only for that. because the club has actually gone back after the meeting on the 10th, which was just a couple of weeks ago, and said, right, we will come back to administration with further advice as to what we need. So until I've heard what they actually need as a club, I'm going to not support the motion. Thank you. I'm not speaking against it. I know there was a question in there somewhere, I'm sure. Yes, so that was the whole thing. I'm worried about the club coming back and giving us the information that they actually want to give us. And for that reason, I have a question as to what to do.
Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. One of my questions is, even with the addition of consideration of in number 1, to me it appears through the wording of that recommendation that we are undertaking consultation on a predetermined outcome. Because if we were to permit an exclusive use following the consideration of rather than the approval of, by a literal interpretation of that, by merely considering the report, that would satisfy the condition. So my question is to the administration, is it community consultation that's being proposed or community notification of something that's already going to happen?
Ms Davis or Mr CEO? Mr CEO.
It's a very good question, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for that. I think in any of these circumstances, the community consultation part is essential and is always meaningful. And I guess when we go through that process, we'd be looking for any fatal flaws in terms of the proposal. So at this point in time, we've met with the club. It's very clear that they have both a short-term and a longer-term issue. We need to find some additional space for them immediately, and then we need to find some additional space for them into the foreseeable future. So I guess a couple of the ideas that the administration's thrown around is potentially they could access some of the space upstairs and almost become a casual user of that space when it's not being utilised. Or the other option would be for them to have exclusive use over that space and almost be the hirer themselves of that facility and almost facilitate the community bookings on the city's behalf. We would need to go through that extensive community consultation process to understand exactly how that's going to work. And obviously, if there's any fatal flaws in any of those proposals, Council will be duly advised.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Deputy Mayor Rowe?
I have several, Mayor, and then you can cut me off whenever you deem fit. One of my other questions is the concept of an exclusive lease. By very definition, are we therefore suspending or terminating the bookings of existing regular and casual user groups of that facility? That's question 1, and then I do have the supplementary on that.
Mr CEO or Ms Davis?
Well, I'm still happy to keep going. If Ms Davis is happy for me to. No, the lease would be structured in a way that the community and user groups would still need access to that facility. So there'd be something written into the lease of exactly how we'd coordinate that process.
And just a supplementary, and then I'll go to Councillor Smith. Yes, Deputy Mayor Rowe.
The supplementary is, can I ask either, I don't believe I'm allowed to cross-examine council members, so either the mover to provide some more information or the administration why there is no reference to booking data in this report. We're being told that an exclusive use is the preferred option. We're being told that the administration has met extensively with the club. There is nothing in this report that tells me how regularly the facility is currently used, at what capacity it is used. I understand there's an inclusion of community consultation, but that data would have been readily available. So I'm unsure as to why it's not presented in the report as is.
Ms Davis.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And through the Mayor, there are 16 regular hirers, including the Queensmindari Surf Life Saving Club, plus 3 casual hires that use either the function room, the training room or the meeting room. So apologies that wasn't available in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Are we able to get the recommendation back on? Because my question is about that. Thank you. So in regards to the point that Councillor Rowe brought up into presumpting the decision of or the community consultation, would amending recommendation 2, substituting the word facilitate to consider, help remove that presumptive decision? I think if the mover and seconder of the amendment would be happy with that, I think that might help as well.
Councillor Berry, would you be happy to put that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Councillor Bedworth? Do you have a question, Councillor Wright?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I did have a supplementary question to my first one. A question for the administration. Based on just recommendation 2 alone, what would the administration's interpretation of the implementation of that resolution? Because noting the answer I received to my first question, not every member of the public is part of a user group, which means we're leaving out members of the public to not have a say. So can I clarify if that's the intent of the administration in implementing that?
Ms Davis?
Thank you, Councillor. And through the Mayor, the 3 casual hirers, my understanding, are quite consistently the casual hirers. And as has been noted before, that the ordinary bookings are the members of community. I'm advised that this is within the community engagement policy, and the administration so far and supports the motion as it has been written. However, we'll always take the advice of council should you wish us to extend that consultation period.
Councillor Wright?
So just a supplementary to that response. So administration will undertake consultation with the 19 groups, being the 16 regular and the 3 casuals, and nobody else. Is that correct?
Ms Davis?
Thank you, Mayor and Councillor. That would be correct.
Councillor Wright?
And just my other question on recommendation 3, it says approves the current budget for a consultant, but there's no figure around what budget we are approving. I did note in the administration comment that they did say it was placed into the mid-year budget, which has obviously already been approved by us, but I was unaware of that change in the report.
Ms Jennings or Ms Davis?
Thank you, Mayor and Councillor. We do have a consultancy budget within community facilities, and this would form just a roll-up of that consultancy budget. So I don't actually have the exact nominal figure that would apply specifically to this component.
Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a supplementary to that. If administration doesn't know the figure of that current budget, how can we approve this recommendation?
Ms Davis?
Thank you, Mayor and Councillor. I could probably clarify a little bit. We generally nominate between $20,000 and $40,000 for a consultancy, and then we would subdivide that amount through several projects. So I don't have a quote on me to give you an exact figure for what that would be, but I do know that we've got several consultancies required to carry out through this mid-year budget review process.
Thank you. Councillor Bedworth, you have a question.
I do, thank you. Just latching on to what Councillor Wright was asking a moment ago about community user groups. Is there a strict definition of user groups, or could general public be included in that?
Ms Davis?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor, the general public are still available to book this much-loved facility as a casual hire if they like.
Councillor Bedworth, you have another question?
Yes, please. And so would I be correct in thinking that, by definition, the general public would be classified as a user group to be consulted with under this?
Ms Davis?
Thank you again, Councillor, and that would be correct.
Councillor Herridge?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple of questions, so same as Councillor Rowe, if I get too far, just let me know. I do find this extremely operational and a little bit disappointing that we've allowed admin to get so far in their deliberations with the club, and I feel like we're kind of cutting them off. But for me to understand the 5, I just wanted to understand the exclusive lease, because I know that this community space, they do use some of it and have a lease over it, but what is is it the entire building or is it just extra spots for storage?
Ms Davis?
Through yourself, Mayor, my understanding is that it is for the entire use except for the proportion that has the playground at the front. There is some storage capacity issues there that form part of a broader master planning exercise for facility expansion. That's not included as part of this motion on notice tonight. The motion is, as said, generally supported by administration because, as you've noted, it is work that is already in train, so it's reinforcing what's already happened to work with those user groups and the Queen's Mindari so that all of the users' needs are met within the bookable spaces, being the facility, the function room, the training, etc., etc.
Councillor Herridge?
Thank you, Mayor. Just picking up on a point from Councillor Berry when she introduced the item, we tend, and we have been discussing a lot this evening, the unintended, unforeseen consequences. I see that there's possibly a lot here, but she mentioned herself a decision, or what I am assuming was a short-term unintended consequence of a decision that we made in August 23. What impact was that to the club, if I can ask?
Councillor Berry?
So in August 23, when we approved the development alongside the club, we agreed that we continue to work with Queen's Mindari Surf Life Saving Club in relation to supporting the club's current and future needs, including developing the facilities plan. That was what we agreed to as a council, and quite rightly, over 18 months later, they still haven't got any additional space. They're a growing club. They are fulfilling a need along the beaches. They're now starting to patrol other beaches like Clayton's Beach, which is used by the residents of Catalina. And I do believe that we need to give them some time frames. Everything that admin's done is very admirable, but there's no time frames on it, and it is a frustration to the club.
Councillor Berry, you need to respond to the question.
That was the response.
I've just got a question here. Have we increased the lease and the amount of area leased in the facility since 2023 to assist the Queen's Mindari Surf Life Saving Club?
Mayor, we have looked at some of the storage, but I'd have to take that on notice just to clarify, but we haven't increased the area so much as, I know there was something to do with storage, so I'll have to answer that one on notice. Thanks.
I understand that they were offered some office space in the lease upstairs as well. Is that correct?
Mayor, I think they are hiring it. They're one of the hirers in the list.
Thank you, Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. Just if I can ask admin what their response would be to Councillor Berry's point that we haven't kept up with our part from that recommendation.
Ms Davis, do you have a response to this?
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Noting that some of this activity predates my employment with the city, I am conscious of this date here being August 2023, and I am aware that there has been several meetings with the club and the city to progress the facility management plan. My understanding was some of that was tied up in a development that was happening in proximity to the facility as well, which may have slowed things down. And similarly, there has been a governance change within the club themselves. Under their new governance structure, there does seem to be a lot of progress happening towards that. And I note that item 5 of the recommendation does say that that report a progress report should be provided by the end of this calendar year.
Councillor Herridge, and then I'll go to Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one last one from me. Do we currently do any exclusive lease of a community space to any other group? To me, leasing these spaces out, we speak a lot about our community spaces. increasingly for East Wanneroo that we're developing, and we're allowing for the production of more, taking away from doesn't seem like it's going to work to me. But do we actually exclusively lease out any of these spaces?
Ms Jennings?
Thank you, Mayor. It's not entirely unusual across the metro area, I'm speaking more generally now, but it's generally things more like a tennis club that get to have exclusive use and then can say, don't use the courts because we're playing competition at this point. It's more generally something like that than community, but I'd again have to take on notice just to check whether we have got any others in a community centre.
Thank you. Councillor Parker, do you have another question?
Yes, and I formulated it this time. In light of the fact that the Surf Club have stated that they will review and get back to administration with information, and if an exclusive lease arrangement is preferred by them, are they aware and happy with this motion presented tonight?
Ms Davis?
Thank you, Mayor and Councillor. My understanding is that, yes, the Queens Mindarie Surf Lifesaving Club and the City Administration have been in constant contact and are aware of this motion on notice, and the recommendations are consistent with the activity that has been happening at administrative level.
You have another question, Councillor Parker?
I do. If exclusive, and this goes to Councillor Herridge's question, if exclusive use is given to, for example, the Surf Club, they are only there for a portion of the year. What happens with the rest of the year? Do they still maintain the other use for the other users? Is it generally throughout the year, or is it just for the time that they are actually in operation?
Mr CEO.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Parker. Very good question. And again, we're going into a lot of detail about a lease that may or may not be in place, and I guess the provisions are yet to be worked through. But generally speaking, it would be controlled by the Surf Club all year round, and they would take on the responsibility of managing those bookings. We'd obviously have to put certain controls within the lease document to make sure that bookings are dealt with in a fair and equitable way. But I guess at the end of the day, what the city would be looking to achieve is to fully utilise the occupancy of the asset. So in any asset, there's downtime, and if the Surf Club can particularly, can fulfil that downtime, I think we'll get far better utilisation out of the asset moving forward. So a lot of detail to work through, but at a very high level, the administration seems, reasonably happy with the recommendation that's in front of you. If there's any major issues that come to a head, then you'll be the first to know.
Councillor Nguyen, you have a question.
Do we know how much the other user groups are paying? Just so I guess we know how much loss of rent we could be sort of looking at, because I assume the Mindarie Surf Lifesaving Club won't be covering that.
Mr CEO.
Have you got the numbers?
Through yourself, Mayor and Councillor, I'd need to take the exact numbers on notice for you. Anecdotally speaking, that those fees and charges are endorsed through Council, and that's what is adhered to through the bookings process.
Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. I think my last question is the facilities plan that is mentioned throughout this motion on notice and the administration comment and the document that was considered in the former OCM decision. My question is that facilities plan complete and available to council members? And if it is not available and complete, will it be available by the date that council is meant to make this decision, which is progress report by 31st of May?
Ms Davis.
Thank you, Mayor and Deputy Mayor. The community facilities planning framework is scheduled for the March OCM for decision on council.
Deputy Mayor Rowe.
My understanding, Mayor, was that the facilities plan referenced throughout the document was a much more specific document localised to the particular building and the needs that the club had in using the building. I wasn't referring to the city's broad planning framework. I'm referring to the facilities plan that was foreshadowed when these clubs' needs were first brought to us.
Ms Davis.
Thank you for that clarification, and continuing through the Mayor, that is correct. The facility plan is currently in progress. The club, my understanding is the city is waiting for some further correspondence from the club with details pertaining to that and their needs specifically, and then we can work forward with that, hopefully having some resolution towards the end of the year, this calendar year.
Deputy Mayor Rowe.
So given that final comment that there's some confidence it would be complete by the end of the year, the administration's position, Mayor, can I clarify, what is their confidence that it will be available in time for number 4, the 31st of May, to be able to grant or consider an exclusive lease?
Ms Davis.
Thank you both. Through the Chair, it is scheduled for the end of the financial year and not for May. Thank you.
Councillor Wright, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. With the consent of the mover and seconder, is it possible for user groups in recommendation 2 to be replaced with stakeholder? The reason for this is in the community engagement policy for the city, the definition of stakeholder includes stakeholders are people who affect or can be affected by the city's business, including employees and community members. Community stakeholders include neighbourhoods, community development groups, citizen associations, environmental groups, and both government and non-governmental organisations. I think that clarifies that. It would make me feel a bit more comfortable.
Councillor Berry, would you be happy for that change?
I'm happy with that change, thank you.
Councillor Bedworth. Councillors. Councillor Parker.
I'm sorry, I do have another question because I really, it does worry me. The surf club is run by volunteers. So now we're going to ask those, there'll be agreement between the volunteers and the city that they run the whole centre, which is going to take many hours. I mean, I know the city administration puts a lot of hours into user groups, rentals and all that type of thing. Would then, so just so that I understand how this, this sole use thing works. So then the surf club earns money from the people that rent from them, which to me is a really good way of raising money for the surf club, but I just need to know that this is how it works. So does the surf club goes and rents out all the rooms to the different parties, they pay the surf club, and then the surf club would have to have some type of a lease agreement with the city, which they would then pay the city and then retain any extra money for their staff, for example, because obviously if somebody's doing this as a full-time job, they're going to be needed to be paid. So can I please just have clarification on how that type of thing does work if it is already through local government?
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Parker, for the question. Through the Mayor, again speaking generally, because there's a lot of negotiation with clubs, user groups that would need to occur. But you are correct. I mean, generally it would be a community group that is a volunteer organisation would gain exclusive use of a space such as the surf club, generally on a peppercorn type of arrangement. They would then have access to obviously book out that space, and within the lease there'd be some parameters on exactly how that would occur. And they keep the revenue, and that's a good way to sort of keep the club afloat and to raise, you know, income that they can spend on their facility. From the city's perspective, it often comes down to a cost-benefit analysis. How much revenue are we receiving from those bookings versus how much does it actually cost us, the city, with our corporate overheads, to then facilitate and entertain those bookings on a daily basis. So it ends up being a cost-benefit. And again, generally speaking, not this instance, we need to go through the process. When you do that cost-benefit, you actually work out that the revenue that you generate is quite a small amount. It means a lot to a club, but when you compare it to the amount of cost incurred in terms of the city generating that revenue, often it's a lot larger than the income received, speaking generally.
You have another question?
Yes,
Councillor?
please. So just to qualify that, I'm sure this might have been discussed at the club. They are happy with the amount of money that they would actually receive. Would it be enough for them and they wouldn't be running at a loss? Because I would hate that to happen to them, to be saying, you know, they're going to be running the whole thing. Are they aware of the costs and are they aware of the benefits? I do see a huge benefit to the club, but are they aware that there will be costs and what their bottom line is going to be?
Ms Davis.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Parker. And that forms part of the dialogue that is currently underway between the city and the clubs and all of the stakeholders. I suppose in also adding some supplementary information that may assist councillors in their decision on this motion tonight. When I have personally been involved in those conversations with the club, they have great intention of utilising the training space, bringing Surf Lifesaving WA in, starting Train the Trainer programs and really expanding upon their business model. And they have at all times shown the city a great capacity to deliver upon that from a governance perspective as well.
Deputy Mayor Rowe, you have another question?
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with clause 5.32 of the standing orders, I request either that yourself as presiding person or by resolution of this council, we split the recommendations, as I believe recommendation 1 stands alone from 2, 3, 4 and 5. So my request, Mayor, is either for your consideration or if you feel more comfortable, a resolution of council that item 1 is dealt with separately from the rest.
I'm happy for it to be split and for item 1 to be dealt with separately from the rest. Deputy Mayor, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Nguyen.
So I'm just trying to understand resolution 1, because my understanding is we're going to have a community consultation and then consider whether to grant exclusive lease. And I'm worried just the way that it's written that the community consultation is not going to change our decision. And so it should be worded differently to maybe resolve the club be considered for a grant of an exclusive lease over the community following community consultation, because the way it's written seems to suggest once we have a consultation, we're already granting that exclusive. Yes, so I'm just trying to understand the purpose or the intention behind that, because personally I would support it, but just the way it's written, I'm worried that I'm already consenting or agreeing for exclusive lease.
So to come back to consultation back to council.
Would you be prepared to consider changing, because we're considering item 1 and recommendation 2, 3, 4 and 5 separately, would you be happy to change item 1 as Councillor Nguyen has
it's consistent with the change in paragraph 2, it's just be rather than permitted be considered for a grant of exclusive lease over the Quins Mindari Community Centre from the day following community consultation.
Councillor Berry?
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, so we will change. Councillor Bedworth, are you happy with that change? Okay, so we just need to change the item 1.
Permitted to considered.
So it resolves that the Quins Mindari Surf Lifesaving Club be considered, following consent doesn't make.
Sorry, be considered for a grant of an exclusive lease?
For a grant of exclusive lease.
Madam Mayor, would it be simpler to amalgamate 1 and 2 together and just where it says Mindari Surf Lady.
No, Councillor Huntley, I have ruled that we will consider one separately and then we will consider the others. That's my ruling as the presiding member. So we're considering one without confusing it further. So it states, resolves that Queen's Mindari Surf Lifesaving Club be considered for a grant of exclusive lease following consideration of community consultation.
So for a grant of an exclusive lease over the Queen's Mindari Community Centre from 1 July 25. Following community consultation and then full stop.
The Queen's Mindari Community Centre.
Yep. From 1 July 2025, following community consultation, full stop.
Following community consultation. No. So take out consideration and put following community consultation. So I'll read it out again. Resolves that the Queen's Mindari Surf Lifesaving Club be considered for a grant of exclusive lease over the Queen's Mindari Community Centre from the 1st of July 2025 following community consultation. Are you happy with that, Councillor Berry?
I am happy with that, yes.
Councillor Bedworth, happy with that?
It's getting a bit wordy. Can we just change that to be considered for a grant of exclusive lease over the Queen's Mindari Community Centre from 1st of July 2025, but subject to community consultation? End of chat.
That's 2 words instead of 1 word.
Yeah, but I think it clears it up.
You're taking out
following,
1 word.
Following implies,
more letters.
Again, following may give that ambiguity to some councillors, that there's a predetermined outcome. Subject to means we're going to consider community consultation.
Okay. Councillor Wright, you have a question? Or Councillor Berry, do you have a question?
I have got a question. It's for administration. Can you tell me when the next meeting is with the surf club that you have arranged? Because I'm aware that they do have their club facility plan ready to be discussed of their exact needs. Thank you.
Ms Davis?
Thank you, Councillor Berry, and through the chair, I will be able to provide the answer to that to Council in writing tomorrow.
Councillor Wright, you have a question.
I was ready to speak against for the first recommendation, but I'm happy to wait if there's any other questions. If not, I'm happy.
Any other questions? Councillor Huntley, you have a question?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'm a little bit concerned with the word considered for a grant. It looks, if somebody reads that incorrectly, it looks like we're paying for the exclusive, we're taking on their exclusive lease. Could we just write on that, resolves that Queen's Mindari Surf Saving Club be considered, no, take the word B, Lifesaving Club, considered for an exclusive lease.
Okay, before we look at changing that, Ms Coles, would you say that be considered for a grant of an exclusive lease be confused with a grant of money? Looking at legal contracts being written, would that be confusing?
Thank you for the question. You'd consider the context of the rest of the sentence. So you're actually granting a lease rather than granting money to the community group.
Okay, are you happy with leaving it as it is, or do you want to look at changing it again? I'm happy with it as, I would be happy with it as it is.
I'm happy with it as it is, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Parker, you have another question?
Just on that one, if we're going to be separating like this, is the 1st of July 2025. Is that possible?
Ms Davis?
Thank you, Mayor, and yes, I do believe that would be consistent with the current activity. Thanks.
Councillor Smith, you have a question?
Thank you. With the new information about the club having their facilities plan information ready on this side, does administration think that the facilities plan could meet a deadline for recommendation 4, which is receiving a progress report? So that might help people when they're making a decision about the exclusive lease or not. So could administration see it as foreseeable to have the facilities plan ready by then?
Technically, we're only looking at item 1, but if you want that information, I'll ask Ms Davis, but we are only looking at item 1 on the agenda, not items 2, 3, 4 and 5 at this point in time on this motion on notice.
And thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor. Given that the funds were nominated through the mid-year budget review, then it wouldn't be possible at this stage from administration to prepare a facility management plan in time for council to make the determination before the 1st of July.
So we'll look at that later. We're looking at point 1. Do I have any more questions? If I don't have any, you have a question, Councillor Nguyen?
I just insert the word "and" before exclusive, please.
It's grammatic.
Sorry.
If there are no more questions on item 1 of this motion on notice, do I have any speakers against? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in regards to recommendation 1, I'm not supportive of this, as to me it can be interpreted as a preconceived outcome. I believe 2 and 5 stand on its own, because at the end of the day this council will need to approve a lease regardless of whatever it is, and it will need to come back to council. 2 to 5 says we'll go out to community consultation and bring a report back on what those outcomes are. So I think 2 to 5 is sufficient to still meet Councillor Berry and Councillor Bedworth's intentions, where community consultation will be done and a report will be backed with some more data, plus any information that councillors have brought up today. We'll be able to get that information back to council for that decision. Number 1, though, I have an issue because it exclusively says that we would preference them over, I guess, anyone else, and also sort of says that community consultation is a tick and flick, and that doesn't sit right with me, because essentially what we're saying is there's already a preconceived outcome. So I have an issue with that, but I'm supportive of 2 to 5. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers for item 1? Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have listened intently. I do like the wording that has come up with by council and the mover and the seconder. It clearly states on line 2 at the very beginning, considered for a grant. It doesn't say it's going to be given an exclusive lease. It said it's going to be considered during that process. Obviously, if administration comes back to us with something abnormal within that process, then council's going to have to make a decision further on that. So I'm very happy with item 1, because that's what we're going to be talking about right now, not any other item. The other part of it, Mayor, is when we all was discussing how to support and help the club when we were dealing with the other item next door, we all agreed that the club needed to have some increase in space, not just for their boats and their other equipment, their first aid room and the like. They also needed some other training areas, which they need to obviously move upstairs to do. So I think that this is a good move, but I'm happy with item 1.
Thank you. Any speakers against item 1? Councillor Berry, would you like the right of reply for item 1 on the motion on notice?
No thanks, Madam Mayor.
Councillors, cast your vote on item 1 on this motion on notice. And I declare item 1 passed. 10 supporting it, 4 councillors against. The councillors against are myself, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Herridge and Councillor Wright. And we go on to the second part of this, which is items 2, 3, 4 and 5. Of course, Councillor Berry is the mover, Councillor Bedworth is the seconder. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to the second item? Sorry? Yes, we will. Can we have the resolution back up on the screen, please? Now, as we've gone to the split recommendation, the second half, which is item 2, 3, 4 and 5, because Councillor Berry and Councillor Bedworth have already spoken to this as a whole, I just want speakers for and against. Do I have a speaker against this item? Deputy Mayor Rowe.
I will speak against, Mayor. I've articulated my reasons, I believe, through the questions that I've asked. One thing I am even more concerned about is the introduction of new information that just came before us, that according to the mover of the item, the club has its facilities plan ready. That information was not echoed by the administration. Ready now as of the 25th of February versus ready by the end of the financial year are two very different things. And the fact that the information did not align before us this evening and was not contained in the report for consideration, I have to consider my vote on what's before us as the report. Information that's introduced during the debate that I can't verify in this moment, I can't consider, and therefore I vote no.
Do I have any speakers for? Councillor Berry?
I've just got a point of clarification. It is the report that the club are preparing on what they require that they have got ready. It is not the bit that administration then need to bring back to us, because their administration are yet to meet again with the club and understand the club's full requirements.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers for? Councillor Nguyen?
I do support this. The club has been to council on numerous occasions, have raised their concerns over the years, and I understand they have been frustrated for many years that there's been no progress. So certainly support this motion. It does seems to fast track any potential delay that's happened in the past. And so we know full well the club's needs and what they're providing to the community, the value they have provided to City of Wanneroo and the many hours of volunteers that are part of the club. So I certainly fully support this.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against? Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to make a quick statement. I feel we're dabbling on the side of operational duties. I'm not convinced that I've got enough evidence and data behind the report to actually approve this, and feel that there will be an unintended consequence, which we've found a couple of times in making decisions like this ad hoc. So I'm not supportive.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker for this section? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to support recommendations 2 to 5. I do support the Quins Mindari Surf Life Saving Club, and I do realise that they are a popular club with a strong membership, and I understand that through previous resolutions, Council is committed to working with the club, which I fully support. Thank you, Mayor.
Do I have any speakers against Do you have a question after speaking
I'm
to
going to
the
be
item?
cheeky and I'm going to use a procedural motion on myself. Could I
No,
refer...
you can't do a procedural motion if
Not a
to the...
sorry, not a procedural motion. I move a recommendation 8.23 that words be recorded in the minutes of my speech, that a member may request that any words used by a member be recorded in the minutes immediately after their use. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Do I have any speakers against this? Councillor Parker.
Strongly support the club, but I really and truly think that, and we've actually been told that tonight, that the dates are going to be very difficult, if at all possible, to meet, and those dates are clearly stated there. I was happy to support the first one, but the next, I'm not happy about the dates, and for that reason, I don't have enough information. I don't even believe that the club has enough information. I think there is just more conversation that need to take place between administration and the club to get this right. And we do need to get this right, otherwise it is going to continue on. I do want to see the conversations continued, but I do believe that administration will work as quickly as they can, and that the club and administration together will come out with a solution, but I do not believe that is from 2 to 5. Thanks.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers for Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to support, because essentially I see this as progressing this and fast-tracking, as Councillor Nguyen has said, some lengthy process that has happened up to this point. I also agree with Councillor Parker in terms of it looks like information might not be fully ready for a progress report by 31st May to make a full decision about the lease at that point. However, I'm happy to receive a progress report and we can make a decision about the lease at a later point. By having that at the 31st of May, it just is another checkpoint to keep us ticking along. So I think I don't see the harm in that. So once again, I reiterate, for me, this is going out to community consultation immediately, and then having a deadline checkpoint that we can still then later make a fully informed decision when the rest of the information comes to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Do I have any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, Councillor Berry, would you like the right of reply?
I think we've debated it enough. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and asked all the questions we need to know. Thanks.
Okay, councillors, cast your vote on the second part of the recommendation for this item. And the recommendation is supported 11-3. Councillors against, Deputy Mayor Rowe, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Parker, and all of the other councillors in the room supported part 2 of this. We now go to motion on notice 02-225, Councillor Berry, elected member superannuation. Councillor Berry, do you have a seconder for this?
I do, Councillor Bedworth.
Thank you. And there is an amendment for this item. Do we have someone moving an amendment? Do we have someone moving an amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Do you have a seconder for your
Councillor
amendment?
Miles.
Councillor Miles. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. So this amendment is basically to get the process started to withhold tax from our allowances as opposed to paying as you go, which ends up having a large bill at the end of the tax period. I do note that this is mainly from an operational perspective, that they need this council decision to start that process. However, I have identified an additional benefit, which will be a regular pay cycle. So once we're in the payroll system, we should then become effectively part of that payroll cycle. So we should regularly get paid on time, or remunerated, I should say. I just find this a lot easier from elected member perspective, particularly people that end up getting elected from the community that don't have the experience in taxation, and it's something that you're not even taught through WOLGA or inducted through. So I just find it would be easier to treat it as a normal salary type thing where tax is automatically taken out, and then you obviously at tax time you either get a refund or majority of the time it's usually a debt. So thank you, Mayor. Hopefully this report will come back to us around May and June for the new financial year.
Thank you. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this amendment?
No, thank you, Mayor. I think Councillor Wright's articulated it very well.
I'm just going to ask Councillor Berry and Councillor Bedworth, are you happy to incorporate Councillor Wright's amendment within your substantive motion?
I'm happy to include it.
Councillor Bedworth?
I was going to ask a question for clarity. In the administration comment on the back, it says if the council members are classified as employers for taxation purposes. Am I right in thinking that should be employees? Or am I employing myself?
Ms Jennings?
Yeah, through the chair, that should say employee.
Thank you. Makes a bit more sense to my pea-sized brain, in which case, sorry, Councillor Berry, you first.
Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to the substantive as amended in discussion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I've proposed this motion simply to bring us into line with other councils who have been receiving superannuation for some time, and that so we're compliant when the legislation eventually comes in, and that we're reactive, not proactive, to the state government changes that have now been legislated for later in the year. Thank you.
Councillor Bedworth, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can see benefits and disbenefits to this amendment. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, and I think given the suggestion that it's coming down on the side of trying to make things easier for us all, then I'm happy for this to go through on this occasion.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? Councillor Herridge.
Can I just have a question, Mayor?
Yes, question. Go ahead.
The 1st of February, why was that date chosen?
Councillor Berry.
That's the date that the regulation said that we could make the changes from, not the, I suppose, the expiry date of when we have to have made the changes from. It's to make sure we do it as soon as possible, I guess. Thank you.
Councillor Herridge, have another question?
Yes, thank you. So we'll be backdating that.
Ms Jennings, would that be correct?
Yes, Mayor. If this is carried, yes, we'll have to take it from that date, so we will be going back.
Thank you. Councillor Herridge.
One last one, and this is unbudgeted, correct?
Ms Jennings.
Mayor, yes, that is unbudgeted for this part of the rest of this financial year. However, we did look at the cost for superannuation and the current budget as part of the mid-year review, and we have funds available in the council members section.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor New and then Councillor Seif.
I'm just trying to understand how this works once we're classified as an employee. Do we get pay slips, annual leave, workers' compensation? What's all that, you know, what is the, I guess, the legal consequence of this, please?
Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. That's why Councillor Wright has kindly allowed us to be able to present a report to Council on that part of the work, because we need to have a look at all those things and how that will change things for yourselves as well as for the work that we have to put together. So there will be a report coming on the employee section, plus we have to go through another motion to actually establish the city as an eligible local governing body. So there's a bit we have to do to actually get to the payroll part. So we'll endeavour to have all those kinds of issues in the next report.
And I guess
I have a question. The City of Stirling have already done this, and they already do that for their councillors, so this is not something new, is it, for us to do? We have a precedent, don't we, to be able to do this. Is that correct, Ms Jennings?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we are aware of a couple of councils that have done this, but it was before the WOLGA methodology, so it may be slightly different from what we're about to do, which will be more standard, but we'll take that into account with the report as well.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen and then Councillor Seif.
Yes, I guess also whether, as employee, whether we'll be subject to the employee's code of conduct and other policies. So the reversal role.
Mr CEO, would you like to respond to that?
And disciplinary measures, Councillor Nguyen. No. That would really flip things on its head, wouldn't it? No, I think Ms Jennings made it very clear. We're required to bring a report back to Council. We'll work through all of those issues and it will be very clear by the time you have to vote on it.
Councillor Seif.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to check, my understanding from the legislation, and I'm not a lawyer, is that we are not allowed to back pay superannuation for councillors, or does that only come into effect from the imposed date rather than 1st of February?
Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll double check that and just let you know if that is a problem. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Any speakers against? Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, you caught me on the hop trying to make some notes, so I'm going to go ad hoc. Put me off now. I know this is coming to us, and while I'm not actually against the superannuation, because we all need it and we all deserve it, just frankly, or the admin, the extra from Councillor Wright, I don't feel, again, that we've got enough information without going forward. So I'd rather an admin report come to us when it was due, without having to do the super on a motion on notice. So I'm not supporting the motion on notice, but I will support the super if it all comes through and we have the information in front of us then to actually consider.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers for? Ms Jennings has a comment to make.
Yes, sorry, just further to my last question answer, we actually pay monthly in arrears, so February will be fine, because we haven't paid that yet.
Thank you. Any speakers for this? Councillor Berry, would you like the right of reply?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillors can't... I've already gone to close debate, so we can't...
I was waiting for you to ask, speaking against it. You only asked for.
We had a speaker against, we have to have a speaker for, and then I went to the right of reply, and we have closed the debate now. Councillor Berry, no, now we go to vote. Thank you. We have the motion on notice supported. 12-2, 2 against was Councillor Herridge and Councillor Nguyen. We now go to MN03 to 2025. Councillor Smith, fostering urban art in Wanneroo. Councillor Smith, do you have a seconder for this motion?
Yes, I do. Councillor Bedworth.
Councillor Bedworth. Thank you. Councillor Smith, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge and thank Laura, who came to speak on behalf of, I guess, this motion as well. Thank you for your words. I feel like a lot of what you did, and it was lovely meeting her. I met her at Leatherback at one of our community events, and I saw that she was under a tent of Act, Belong, Commit, and I saw her artwork, and I asked her about it, and we had this beautiful synergistic conversation about all these issues and how art is so valuable in our lives and how we can work with youth. I'm going to start a bit of my speech with an example from Butler about why this motion's come up. So we've got an area in Butler that's along Butler Boulevard towards the freeway entry that was heavily graffitied, and I reported it mid-August last year, and it was graffitied on two sides of this large commercial development that had multiple businesses in it. Within probably at 6 weeks, one side with the small tags was removed, but it wasn't until January, mid-January, that the main part of the graffiti was removed. So during that time, more graffiti was applied, because I think that is an issue with graffiti. The longer that it stays, the more that people feel like they can have open season with it. And she referenced frustration as well. So as I was driving every day and I still saw it, it makes you feel a little bit helpless, and other people can feel that the area is a little bit neglected and wondering what's going on. The story continues that it was finally removed at a burdensome cost to the business, which is a problem in itself because they're not the ones who are causing the problem. But as highly predictable, very quickly it was re-graffitied again. And so with that, police have been notified by the city because there has been an increase in antisocial behaviour and graffiti in the area. But in terms of compliance, because it's deemed inoffensive, while they're asking the business to remove it, they're not going to enforce it because of the cost. So there's a range of different problems here about perception of safety for people or level of care in the community, what it feels like. And other people have commented that the graffiti itself in question is not too bad. It shows some promise in terms of an artistic point of view. So I think another issue here is the issue of consent, finding opportunities and places where people who have this artistic passion can have an opportunity to do it legally. So that's one of the areas that I'm asking for in the report to be investigated. I use the example of Brisbane City Council, who have identified some out-of-the-way areas where people can be creative and develop their artistic work and have a festival and tourism as a part of that as well. So in terms of the solutions, there's two parts to the recommendation, or two recommendations. One's for a report to look at addressing what we're currently doing to address graffiti and how effective it is, and to see if there's any more effective remedies that we can do to get it quicker, and also to, I guess, reduce burdens on businesses. One of the examples could be that we can look at partnering with them and incentivising them to turn that commonly graffitied area into a mural. So I think this Butler area would be a great example or opportunity, in the short term at least, to turn into a mural. And then for youth, we know that it's a great one, as Laura referred to, that youth are interested in helping with their well-being and as an activity for them. But also going back to my story, I believe the person that actually did it was an adult. So there's room for the legal walls to accommodate adults as well, apart from projects with skate parks and things like that. The second part to the recommendation is for a trial project, and that actually came about in partnership with my talks with the Director of Community and Facilities, thinking she's done some projects before and she thinks that's possible to do. So I'm very open to see what we can achieve in the year by the end of 2025 with that budget allocated to it, if the council so votes. And I think art and murals can be a wonderful thing for our city to increase, as the mural referred to at Kingsway, to celebrate our local history and to bring tourism and all sorts of areas to placemaking. So I really commend this report to you guys and hope that you can support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Bedworth, would you like to speak to this motion on notice?
I will, thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it brief. The definition of idiocy is to keep doing the same thing over and over and expect a different result. So I commend Councillor Smith in bringing this before us to get something stimulated and going on. We all know graffiti drags down the amenity of a local community. It upsets local residents, it depresses local residents. So to be bringing this suggestion before council is a great initiative, in my opinion. It will not only add to a sense of place for each community, like you just alluded to, it could well create a tourist industry. Just look at Belfast. You know, they've got murals everywhere and people come from around the world to have a look at these things. I'm not saying that will happen here, but it's a start. It will also foster a sense of ownership by the people who hitherto have been criminalising themselves by doing these things. You know, they will actually police it themselves, and if any little so-and-so comes along and wants to deface what they've just done, they will take care of it themselves and leave it as. It will create some wonderful community initiatives. You know, there's opportunities for MOUs with, say, main roads for the underpasses, etc., etc. So I can only see positives coming from this. I can only see positives coming from this. So I'll leave it there, and I'll just say to you all, please, you know, get behind it. I think it's great.
Thank you. Councillors, do I have any speakers against this motion on notice? Have a question from Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's an incredibly well-researched report. So my question is going to be, will the administration consider, as part of its investigation, some of the highly successful examples that Councillor Smith has observed in her motion on notice, including work that the city's own place specialist and place management team are doing to try and activate suburbs such as Girraween?
Ms Davis.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Do you have a question, Councillor Nguyen?
Fully support Aaron Girraween because we've seen so many graffiti in the area. Is there a way that residents can put forward in a register as a request as a result of this potential trial going forward?
Ms Davis.
Oh, excuse me, through the Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. The investigation can explore opportunities for communities to be engaged.
Thank you. Any speakers against this item? Question, Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. I did do a little research since in receiving this. So this is an awesome idea. You've got a fabulous photo down there from our ward, which is awesome. But I did a little bit of extra research because I didn't understand and I wanted to find out about the actual mural guide, because I know that our place team and our youth team do a lot in this space already. So in looking that up and having a look, we're obviously already doing stuff in this space. Can I confirm what the difference will be from what we already do to what we will be trialling or having as a discussion paper? Because I wouldn't want our staff to think that we don't recognise what they're already doing and it's either A, not enough or what have you. I just want to know what the difference actually is between what we do now and what this is actually going to propose.
Ms Davis.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. Absolutely, we would like to thank Council for bringing this, Councillor for bringing this motion on notice to the city. We do have murals guidelines and a arts policy. We do have public art trail with 34 pieces, an art collection worth $9.6 million with 166 items on it and several murals across the city. So an investigation of this can explore the pros and cons of expanding upon that, which we're really excited to do. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, do you have a question? Yes, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor, for that opportunity. So I do, and that's why I acknowledged in the report that the guide existed. I think in my research looking, I think it was the town of Victoria, they also had one where they're seeking more partnerships with community. So in terms of just more than expansion within the city, it's about exploring the ways that we can also partner with other stakeholders and educate people within our community and get them on board with this vision for the city in tackling this problem and also embracing mural art for the city. So it's expansion, but also partnering with wider groups because there's town teams. that do different works in Clarkson as well. So it's really about amplifying and expanding on that work and looking at how all the different avenues, which I think are detailed in the details of where we can look at, then come back as a report and decide how much or what and where we want to go with this. Thank you.
Thank you. You have another question, Councillor Herridge?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just have a feeling we're doing two different things. So whilst we've got the mural guide, that's for people to come to us and ask us, because it's then alongside with the Kickstarter fund, so they can come to us and ask. This feels like we're going to put money towards it and then maybe seek out. I just want to understand how the trial project and the $20,000 that's going to actually be implemented. Are we leaving that as an operational matter, or are we deciding that as a council?
I think that's a rhetoric question unless Ms Davis wants to say that, or it's a decision actually councillors need to make. Okay, are there any speakers against this motion on notice? Councillor Smith, would you like the right of reply?
I thank everyone for the support and the questions and the engagement on this. I'm not sure if Councillor Herridge feels like her question was adequately responded to, so I'm happy if, I don't know if...
I got no indication from Ms Davis or the CEO as a response to that question. Ms Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. If I have interpreted the question correctly, the city does have both community-run murals and also the opportunity for expressions of interest for city-led murals as well.
I'll allow you to ask this question only because, Councillor Smith, because we have closed debate. Ask a question.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're doing something new, not what we've got existing, is that right?
Ms Davis?
Thank you, everyone. And through the chair, my read on the motion of notice is to definitely investigate both what we are currently doing and where the opportunities might exist, where there are currently gaps that we might be able to expand on the benefit through to community through art.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, would you please close your debate now? Close debate now.
Thank you, Mayor. So with that, I thank you and I hope you can support. Thank you.
Councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to motion on notice MNO 40225, Councillor Coetzee, investigation into a mountain bike trail in the Alkimos area. This is seconded by Councillor Miles. Councillor Coetzee has a change to the recommendation. Would you like to identify the change to the recommendation before you speak to the motion on notice? Thank you.
Yes, please. It's basically to add a timeline onto my wording, just asking for a detailed report to council no later than the August 2025 regional council meeting.
I have a question to ask. Is that detailed report able to be brought by the August 2025 meeting?
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. We had some early conversations on receiving the motion on notice and allocated some time for the end of the calendar year. However, if it is an isolated investigation to the area of Alkimos, it would be possible to bring that forward through to August.
Thank you. Do you agree with this addition to the recommendation, Councillor Miles?
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Coetzee, would you like to speak to this item as amended? Oh, can we have the amendment put up there, which is with a detailed report to be brought by the August 2025 council meeting?
Yes, please.
Is that correct, Councillor Coetzee?
It is, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coetzee, would you like to speak to your motion on notice?
Yes, please. Councillors, in your folder on your table tonight, you had a letter also from the Northern Beaches Cycling Club, just giving a little bit of info of the Joondalup track there as well. I will touch on that as well. And I'm going to say this name wrong, I know. It's the Joondalup mountain bike trail. I need to find, is that correct? Great. It was officially opened last year and has quickly become a huge success. It's a 7 kilometre long. It's seen as an Olympic-style cross-country course. It features exceptional race-ready infrastructure, including a 100-bay car park toilets, drinking water, a large shelter area, and a dedicated start-finish zones designed to host national-level events. The trail offers a variety of routes, including blue, intermediate, and green easy trails, catering to all skill levels of riders. On its opening day, over 1,000 riders flocked to the trail from across the metro area, even travelling south of the river by train. Since then, there has been a consistent daily influx of cyclists enjoying this fantastic facility. I was there as well. It's great. Looking ahead, the North Beaches Cycling Club will be hosting a cross-country state round event on the 15th of June, demonstrating the trail's growing importance in the cycling community. Moreover, local schools groups have embraced the sport, with many already implementing mountain biking programs, now enhanced by the availability of the dedicated trails in Joondalup. This trail not only promotes an active lifestyle, but also fosters community engagement and support for aspiring young riders. That is just a bit of the Joondalup track. Our community of mountain biking lovers, no matter their age, is super excited to dive into this awesome sport. This initiative has two goals. It gives folks a fun break from busy roads, letting them enjoy the great outdoors in a safe way while doing what they love. Creating a dedicated mountain bike trail in the Alkimos area presents exciting opportunity to enhance our local landscape and provide valuable recreational options, particularly during school holidays. This initiative would engage young people in healthy, active pursuits, helping to reduce screen time and promoting overall wellness. Additionally, I have observed a significant increase in riders over the age of 50 using the current trail networks, which underscores the importance of developing inclusive spaces that caters to various age groups and skill levels. By establishing these trails, we can empower local school groups to embrace mountain biking, fostering a passion for outdoor activities and strengthening our community's connections. We have a wonderful opportunity to encourage physical activity, enhance community involvement, and promote outdoor tourism by linking the proposed trail to the existing Wanneroo Trail, which gracefully extends 27 kilometres from Lake Joondalup to the Yanchep National Park. We can significantly improve the overall riding experience. This connection will not only highlight the stunning natural beauty of our region, but also celebrates its rich heritage. Creating a mountain bike facility in Alkimos that incorporates features like berms, jumps, and technical obstacles would foster an engaging environment for outdoor exercise, appealing to individuals of all ages and skill levels. This facility has the potential to become a hub for both the local community and visitors, ultimately benefiting local businesses and enhancing tourism, especially with its proximity to the Alkimos train station. I urge all of my fellow councillors to consider the numerous benefits this project can bring to our community and support me in this motion by requesting administration to undertake investigation into the viability of this mountain bike trail facility in the Alkimos area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this item? Councillor Bedworth has seconded a lot of items tonight.
Yes, yes, I get that.
Councillor
I understand
Miles.
that. We have a very similar personality. Thank you, Mayor. Look, and I do believe that Councillor Coetzee's actually laid out the parameters of what would make a very good mountain bike trail, and all that comes with that. The reason I sort of got involved in this is because I have some people in the Carramar tapping area that belong to the Northern Beaches Cycling Club, and they'd asked me whether we as a council could do anything with the Yabaroo Trail, which is in very, very poor state for walkers and also for the mountain bikers. And whether we, obviously as a council, we could obviously grade it or whatever. And I indicated they needed to go off to their local members to be able to do that. The other part of that discussion came about, Mayor, was, well, if that was happening, could then a secondary trail within there sort of loop around? And talking around the table, the idea came about connecting the Yabaroo Trail up with Marmin Avenue and the train station via this sort of track, and possibly later on at some other point trying to get through to a beach. So you'd have a beach to the rail to Yabaroo, Yabaroo to Yanship and down to Joondalup. And I'm sure Councillor Coetzee can articulate how many kilometres that may be. And that's how the conversation came about with the Northern Beaches Cycling Club. It also came about because they were heavily involved in the one down at Joondalup, in the design of the actual mountain bike trail themselves. And whilst the state provided some funding for that to do with car parking and the like, they as a club designed the actual trail within the Yalagonda Regional Parkland. So I believe this is an excellent idea. I think it will add to our tourism potential in the north, which I know Councillor Wright is always advocating for. And when you talk about how people do come to cycle, and I know Councillor Coetzee all time is driving somewhere with her family to go biking, although I don't know whether it's biking or motorbiking because it's a souped-up battery-powered bike. But with that said, support it 100%, and I ask Council to support the motion on the table.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this recommendation motion on notice? If there are no speakers against, I'm going to ask councillors to cast their vote, please. That is passed unanimously. We now go to the supplementary agenda, which is MN 05-0225, Councillor Miles' review of district boundaries. Councillor Miles, do you have a seconder for this motion on notice?
Councillor Parker.
Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just to quickly go through, I want to thank Mr Matheson for his support in putting together the right language to make this motion come before Council, because it is very important that we as a Council articulate this very well, and I think it's very important that our community, wherever or maybe not the boundary could or may not change, has a understanding of what that may be or from not only the hip pocket but also from whether they wish to remain as a city of Wanneroo or as a lot of people in the communities out the back in Meridianup, the Shire of Wanneroo they still call it. And I think it's important that we do this and obviously get the advice from the advisory board. The other component of this is we are a very, very long council, and I think probably one of the longest we have in the metropolitan area, and that comes with lots of challenges for us when we're doing our budget. It comes from a lot of challenges from an administration point of view, from our gardens, parks, to our waste management teams. And when you think the amount of areas that we have to cover from Two Rocks all the way down through to Kundula, and it's only going to get bigger, as Councillor Huntley likes to remind us, with 600,000 people moving here in the next 20 years. We have to do something, and we do have to obviously manage our boundaries. This motion tonight, councillors, allows us to get that started and ask administration to look at that and then come back to us with what that could look like and then before it obviously has some sort of public consultation. That's all I have to say. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to sincerely thank administration for their assistance with this motion and thank and support Councillor Miles for bringing this motion forward. While I acknowledge this motion has not been presented and discussed at a forum, the discussion on this issue has been taking place amongst councillors and administration for years. The time for discussion is over. As councillors, we are well aware of the constant and growing concerns we all share as to how the city keeps delivering much needed infrastructure. Not just new builds, but replacements, refurbs, and general maintenance and costs. The City of Wanneroo covers 630 kilometres in area and 32 kilometres of coastline. It is often mentioned with pride, but with this vast area, coupled with huge future growth, must be urgently examined. The city has a forecast population increase in the next 30 years to exceed 550,000 residents. As councillors, we have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure strategic planning, current and long-term intergenerational equity, and ultimately the community's best interests are being considered. One of administration's comments really resonated with me, and I will share that. A local government's district boundaries are amongst its most important attributes, contributing to its character, culture, viability, and identity. I do not believe that this is possible given the present boundaries going forward. I absolutely support the recommendation this evening and would also like to thank Mr. Parker, our CEO, for his support of this issue, including his offer to Councillor Miles and myself to include this issue in his next year's KPIs. I didn't forget. I look forward with great anticipation to the detailed report and proposals. Thank you, fellow councillors and Mayor.
Mr. Parker will be responding to that statement.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. For the record, no relation. No, just joking. When I made that comment, I think it's just important, given it is a public recording and the conversation we had, it was around, if you're going to come up with an idea such as this, the amount of work that's required is significant. So please don't go and set the KPIs for the CEO on the basis of do all of these things and also just do this as well. So that's all I was saying, is that if you want to get this done as a huge body of work, it would need to be a priority for the city. Just make sure it's reflected in the organisation's corporate business plan, strategic community plan, and all of those documents so that we can actually allocate the resources to get it done. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Is this a question or a speaking against? Councillor Smith, you have a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Because this is the first opportunity to ask questions as a group, I am concerned with the report saying 3 previous inquiries taking place within the last 10 years where they applied, all three proposals were put and rejected. And so my question is there any expert or further analysis done on why those proposals were rejected that could help us inform whether it's worth going forward with the putting together of a proposal that the report does say, and the CEO just said, would take a very large amount of resources? That is a quite huge concern for me. Thank you.
Ms. Coles, do you want to respond to that, or Mr. CEO? They were talking to each other across the table.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I'm not, and I'd need to perhaps either Ms. Coles or Mr. Brett Matheson has the details of those exact proposals and why they were refused. But I think without understanding the context, I think, I'm unable to answer that. So I don't know whether one of those 2 officers can help any further.
Ms. Coles?
Thank you for the question. I don't have the specific details. We would have to have a look into each of those reports and provide a summary.
Mr Matheson, Brett Matheson, do you have a response?
The inquiry reports are public, so we can source that information and build it into our proposal.
Do you have another question, Councillor Smith?
I think I'd just like further administration comment just exactly to that point, weighing up the balance of huge investment in something and knowing or predicting a likelihood outcome. I would like to have a better advice on potential outcome to support that investment of that. Because I do support the idea, but if I foresee it as predictable as being rejected, that's a huge amount of resources for the city. So I don't know if this is premature. Does the city believe that this is worth the investment as in the unlikely or like when it's not known, if that makes sense, or based on the trajectory of the last three proposals being rejected?
Thank you. Councillor Wright, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, Mr Parker, do you want to answer that question? Sorry.
I will, and I certainly, I don't want to get involved in the debate, so I will be very careful in the way that I answer the questions. You are correct, there is a lot involved in putting together a proposal such as this. So I guess as a first pass, that's exactly what the administration would be doing. We'd be putting together some sort of proposal to a concept forum to say, here's what's involved, here's the likely cost, this is what's involved, here's the resource commitment, some commentary around the pre-proposals that went up. So we're not just going to jump from A to Z in one hit. We've been given some timeframes, we're going to work within those. But I think it's really important that, I think apart from maybe Ms Jennings, who might have been involved in the City of Perth separation many years ago, there wouldn't be too many people in local government that have actually been through a process of separation. So we would need to do a lot of research to understand what's involved and come back to you.
Just a follow-up question, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So I wasn't sure if I was on the right track or not. So it's a proposal for the proposal, if that makes sense. So this recommendation is not committing the huge investment straight up. It's bringing us a report to then decide on that. Is that correct?
Mr CEO.
My view is that we'd be coming to council sooner rather than later through a forum well before the August date to say here's what's involved.
Councillor Wright, you had a question?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wanting to speak to this motion, but I'm not sure how many other councillors may want to, due to its significance and, I guess, the strategic direction. With your consent, is it okay to speak to the motion, or would you like me to move a suspension of clause 5.8 to allow councillors to speak?
Well, first of all, do I have any speakers against the motion before we look at this? Councillor Nguyen, you want to speak against the motion?
I do, and I do share the concern that this could be premature. I'd like to know more information and certainly would be willing to move a motion to have this matter refer back to forum for further discussion and certainly to consider the actual need and for this change, because I understand there's been discussion about this for some years, but my concern is it is premature without the background and the investigation or a concept for on this. I'm not willing to support it.
So, Councillor Motion, we have a procedural. Councillor Nguyen, we have a procedural motion on the floor. Do we? I understand he wants a procedural motion to send it back to forum to be discussed in forum. Is that correct, Councillor Nguyen?
Yes, but I'm happy for other councillors to have a say first before I move that motion.
Well, you've already said you're moving a procedural motion.
Okay.
I've accepted the procedural motion.
All right.
Do you have a seconder for it?
Yep.
So the procedural motion has to be dealt with first. The procedural motion is to refer this back to a forum discussion. So we now have to immediately go to the vote on the procedural motion.
Oh, Mayor, I thought the mover of procedural motion has to indicate why it needs to go back to a forum.
He just did explain that with his description of why he felt it needed to go back to a forum. I don't know what to do with this. It's not going to win anyway. Okay, the procedural motion was Councillor Smith. So the procedural motion was lost 11-3. Okay, so from this point, do we have a speaker for? Councillor Wright.
Let me liven the mood up a little bit, shall we? Well, let's just say I will give the Perth Now and the West Australian a head start on a news article title, and it will be Let It Go, because the city of Yanchep should be a new city. And I did some research around some numbers around population. If we were to split the city into the city of Yanchep and the city of Wanneroo, the city of Yanchep would have a population of 238,915 people. That would still remain the second largest local government in WA, basing the population of 2046 data. City of Swan would be the largest local government at 299,000 people. The city of Yanchep would be the second largest. The city of Rockingham would be the third largest at 231,500, and the city of Stirling would be the fourth largest. The city of Wanneroo, removing the northern suburbs, for example, would come to 198,101 people, which still puts us at the fourth largest local government using 2046 data. I believe there is enough evidence based on the guiding principles that there are similar interests between the city of Yanchep communities, being coastal management. I believe the physical and topography features such as coastal erosion, the land and geographic areas will be very similar in nature. I believe the trends and the demographic with new families moving into the suburbs will definitely align. The economic factors are very different between those in the south and the central versus those in the north. The history of the area, there is a lot in common between that growth corridor. The transport and communication being new infrastructure being built in that area, and matters that affect viability of local government. As I said before, City of Yanchep would be the second largest local government across the whole state of Western Australia. So I believe there is enough rate base to be able to be self-sufficient, considering there are many precedents of other local governments across the entire state that are already operating with less people than what the splitted city would look like. I guess the only other point I would add as well, which I did have a conversation with some people at the Symphony Under the Stars event, and the topic was brought up throughout a conversation, and one of the residents who happened to live in the city of Joondalup said, I'm sure the city of Joondalup might be interested in taking that growth corridor off our hands. So I'd be interested to see what the city of Joondalup has in that regard. But I'll leave my comments there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? A question, Councillor Coetzee?
It's a mixture, but yes, a question comes out of that as well. I definitely think we do need to split at some stage. We are way too big. We can't get to everywhere, and our residents want things to be done now, and we can't get to those things immediately because we've got so many other areas that needs to be looked after. So I definitely agree with that. I am worried that, and I do agree with Councillor Jordan, right? That guy. About the population numbers and everything. I do have an issue with the northern side because there's a lot of new development there, and the road infrastructure, one, is not quite there yet. We've got many, many problems around schools, and we do not have a hospital. There's no civic rooms, so where would the offices be? My question would be then, when Joondalup split, did the Wanneroo city then at that stage, did they have civic rooms? And what, they built it, so what did they work out of? A caravan?
Nothing. The city of Wanneroo had nothing when we split from Joondalup. And we didn't even have the commercial rate base as well, because that all sat with Joondalup. All we had was Wangara, which is in its infancy at that time. We didn't have civic buildings. We didn't have a library like we do at Wanneroo at the moment. We didn't have a museum. We didn't have any of that stuff. We were just split off, and all of the civic buildings went to Joondalup.
I've got a follow-up question on that then. So if we do split at some stage, will the city of Wanneroo make sure that the city of Yanchep then would have civic rooms at least?
Mr. CEO.
Councillors, I think we're getting a bit far ahead of ourselves, trying to determine what community facilities will be available at some point in the future. I just want to highlight a paragraph within what the administration has suggested here. And it basically says it's recommended that an assessment of the required resource, along with the likely costs and timescales and the potential impact on other initiatives and operations, be undertaken prior to committing to a review. So that is very clear what the administration is recommending here. And I think we shouldn't get too far ahead of ourselves and seek to address tomorrow's problems right now.
I'm happy with that.
Okay, you just spoke for, so do I have any speakers against? Do you have a question, or are you speaking for, or are you speaking against, Councillor Bedworth? Yeah, we're dealing with hybrid models at the moment. It's a bit of an issue at the moment.
Yeah, I'll speak for it if I may, please.
Okay, Councillor Bedworth.
Look, I think everything that's been alliterated to tonight is accurate. And although I would have preferred a bit more discussion in forums about this, let's just bear in mind that this is just a request for a proposal. I haven't been drinking. A proposal to start this process. It's not guaranteed that we're going to go down this route. So that does give us plenty of opportunity to discuss things in forums. I am in favour of it marginally. I would like to see the remit and the scope of the proposal when it's drawn up, and to see where we go from there. But other than that, I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Deputy Mayor Rowe has a question.
Mayor, just a question. Does the council members' meeting policy include new provision and mechanism for council members to sign a request for a motion for a report to be presented to a forum, and that request is submitted to the CEO for consideration, therefore creating another avenue for important discussions to occur not in the council chambers?
Mr. CEO.
That is correct, Deputy Mayor, and I think you may have taken advantage of that process during the week.
Any other questions? Any speakers against? Councillor Miles, would you like the right of reply?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just briefly to take some time, understanding that some people might want further meetings and discussions. It is clear I'm requesting council to adopt and get a proposal from administration in item 1, and the idea of coming back to a ordinary council meeting is to keep this process as public as possible, because it's the residents that ultimately are going to have to make this decision, not us. Residents could go out there tomorrow, get 200 signatures and put that up to the board as to say we want to break off from the city and join Sterling or whatever. That's the law now. I just want us to have some understanding and some process from administration, bring it back to a public debating forum, not a public debating space, to allow it to be articulated through the residents, and also obviously, as Councillor Wright wanted to hum along to, for Perth Now to pick it up. It is an important issue, and I think that as a body and as a government, we should obviously do this one as open and transparent as possible. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, please cast your vote. So it's passed 13-1. We now go to MN 060225, Councillor Huntley, advocate to Walga for the establishment of a translocation centre for mass wildlife displacement. Do you have a seconder for this?
Yeah, Councillor, sorry.
Councillor Seif. Okay, Councillor Huntley, would you like to speak to your motion on notice?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Wanneroo has experienced, obviously, rapid urban expansion with the concurrent development of 3 district town centres, Alkimos, Eglinton and Two Rocks, 2 cities which will be planned, which is obviously Yanchep and possibly Wanneroo growing into East Wanneroo, and 1 additional new town centre, Carabooda. This is projected to be the size of Ellenbrook. This will result in the mass displacement of thousands of animals in such a short space of time. It will overwhelm the wildlife groups across the metropolitan Perth and outer metropolitan sanctuaries. All this transformation is occurring, but obviously the critical question remains unanswered. Where will the thousands of animals we are about to displace go? As a council, we need to acknowledge that the existing wildlife sanctuaries and conservation areas lack the capacity to manage such large-scale translocations and necessitating the urgent establishment of somewhere dedicated. There is a need to ask Walga, therefore, to advocate for immediate funding to support from state and even federal, perhaps, private sector partnerships and environmental grants to secure perhaps between $6 and $12 million to establish and begin operations of a translocation centre by the end of this year, certainly towards 2027, which will ensure a proactive and ethical response to the urban-induced wildlife displacement. The city needs to call on Walga to facilitate the discussions with the relevant stakeholders, including to secure financial and logistical support for this crucial initiative. The scale of urban expansion in Wanneroo presents an unprecedented and immediate threat to wildlife, with the expansion of the city to grow to, in fact, not 600,000 people, but now with Carabooda coming on board, over 600,000 people. The sheer destruction of thousands of hectares of our good habitats will, without wildlife charities' intervention, mean that thousands of our local wildlife and animals will face injury, starvation or death on a scale not seen since the 1800s, when mass tree clearing took place to develop farming in Wanneroo. We need a proven and humane translocation strategy, and we require a permanent facility and funding to meet the expected surge in displaced animals from the end of this year onwards. It's round about in excess of 300,000 hectares of land that we've worked out is probably needed, and this will be only found in the Shire of Gingin, Bindoon or Chittering. We're looking at moving up to round about 4,000 animals, and the site needs to function as a one-stop does-all, because there will not be enough volunteers to spread this out across, say, 3 or 4 shires. It needs to be one particular centre, and we need to actually lock off that land so it can never, ever be used for anything else. because it's something that green areas have just not been considered in any of our district structure plans. Should Alkimos, Eglinton, Two Rocks, Yanchep and East Wanneroo all develop at the same time, which is what we're planning, if 3 or 4 developers in each of those areas go at the same time, there is absolutely no way we can cover the translocation of those animals at present because we have got nowhere to put them. And we actually don't have enough people on the ground to move them yet. So each one of those animals has to be carried in a vehicle to a centre within about 55 minutes away from here. So this has not been considered at all and is urgently needed we need a plan of what we do with our wildlife. So I hope you will support me in this to actually ask Walga to advocate for a decision to support a first translocation centre for mass wildlife displacement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Councillor Seif, would you like to speak to this motion on notice?
I need to reiterate that there's going to be a mass displacement and it's going to overwhelm the local native animal rescue not-for-profits. Those animals don't go to the RSPCA, they don't go to Cat Haven, they don't go to dog pounds. So there's some assistance needed there.
Thank you, Councillor Seif. Do I have any speakers against this motion? Question, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and putting my hat on as a delegate of North Metropolitan Region and the chairperson of that group. The word, and Councillor Huntley spoke to me about this motion when she spoke to the North Metropolitan Division last week. I wasn't aware it was coming before us so soon, in the fact that it appeared on my agenda 2 days after that meeting, because I had offered to work with her on the wording of the motion. Councillor, advocate is very broad, so I'm trying to seek to know what you would like as part of that motion, because there's a procedure that happens whereby this council would request a report is tabled before the North Metropolitan Region, and then those council members who are delegates there, members from the City of Stirling, Joondalup and Wanneroo, would make the deliberation and the decision if it is a matter that goes before State Council. So at the moment you've got the word advocate, and I've written down because I don't really know whether that means if you want to follow this standard process that a report be tabled to North Metropolitan Region, if you're seeking to amend an existing WALGA advocacy position, if you're seeking for WALGA to have informal discussions with state government stakeholders. So at the moment I'm concerned because I don't know what that word means from an implementation perspective, Mayor. So can I get any clarity around that?
Yeah, so...
Councillor Huntley.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. So by the word advocate, it is really to have discussions because it's obviously going to need immediate funding support. Now, it's not a big, in the world of government, $6 to $12 million is nothing for the amount of displaced wildlife we're just about to move. But it is in the animal world. So we have never looked at our wildlife. We just displace them. We just push them. So at the end of the day, the wildlife have never really been considered in any development plan, structure plan
Huntley,
or anything.
you are beginning to debate. You need to just answer the Deputy Mayor's question succinctly. Succinctly.
We need to ensure a proactive and ethical response and a discussion for the financial.
Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Mayor, I might, through yourself, if possible, direct the question to the administration as well. From an operational perspective, if the motion is successful, what would the administration do, is what I'd like to understand. Would you prepare the report for North Metropolitan Region to consider and debate? Because my understanding is that usual process, it would go before that particular zone, and then the zone would either refer it out to the Environmental Policy Committee of WALGA or take it up through to a State Council agenda, but there's a process for this. So if the motion's successful, I'd like to ask the administration what is the implementation of the recommendation.
Ms Coles.
Thank you for the question through you, Mayor. The intention of the administration would be to take it through the North Metropolitan Zone with a report to the zone.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions? Do I have any speakers against? Councillor Smith.
While I really support the advocacy that Councillor Huntley is doing on behalf of mass wildlife who are being displaced, with my state councillor hat on and being in that room, in terms of my understanding of what WALGA does and looks at in terms of their criteria, is if it's broad enough. So I think there is potential for this to be made into a broader issue in terms of like when an area is developed, that it is a requirement that the wildlife is considered in how they're translocated, so they're saved in that way, and that way that would be much broader applicable. So when we're talking about such a specific site place to Wanneroo and advocating for $6 to $12 million, my prediction is that they would not see that as the role of WALGA to advocate on a singular place, or even though it does go a couple of areas close by. So I do think there's potential for this to be reworded to make it more broader and more applicable. In its current form, I would have difficulty advocating for it in that room, understanding that I think that it would not be supported.
Thank you. Speakers for. Any questions? Councillor Huntley, would you like the right of reply?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. The size of Wanneroo is unprecedented. It will be, at the moment, the largest city with 600,000 people. Nowhere else in WA will hold that many people. This is not somewhere that is just isolated, obviously, to Wanneroo, but Wanneroo will be the largest ever city to grow to this size in WA in the next 50 years. If we carry on and we're small-minded and we push this and say, well, really, it's only one suburb or it's one place, it's insignificant, we are just about to lose our city wildlife. So we can push our city wildlife to extinction within a city. So if it's not significant with the amount, with just the word Wanneroo, it should be significant with the amount of people, because no other place is going to bring in this many people and develop 4 district town centres, 2 cities, all in one go. No one is going to do it within the next probably 100 years. So this is significant, it is huge, and it needs to be looked at. And even though it doesn't affect some areas, probably it will actually. It's surprising how many times we move animals up to Geraldton and even to Darwin. So it does affect all areas for us to relocate animals at the present time. We don't have a centre now, and it will take time to build it. So ultimately, it's going to affect a heck of a lot of places out there trying to move these animals, if we're going to move them at all.
Thank you. Councillors, please cast your vote. So we have 12 supporting and 2 against, and we move on to the next motion on notice. So the motion on notice is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Coetzee. It's that Council requests administration to investigate and prepare a proposal, including proposed changes to the Local Planning Policy 4.3 Public Open Space for new and replacement park general waste bins as a standard feature, integrated dog waste bag dispensers, and provide an update to council members by September 2025. Councillors, if you have a look at the attachment, you'll see a photograph of the integrated dog waste dispensers that are used at the City of Mandurah, Dundebar and the City of Swan already, as well as other cities. It works fairly well. The first motion on notice from the previous mayor was many years ago about dog waste bags, dog poo bags within our parks. And we worked out a system and a process that they would be gradually integrated at levels of parks. There would be a separate pole, a dog waste bag thing put on it, and there was a process throughout the budget that they would be gradually implemented throughout parks within the City of Wanneroo. As a councillor and as a mayor, I regularly get requests from the community for dog poo bags, constantly. It's a little thing. I was discussing dog poo bags with my ratepayer residents in the theatre at Hollywood, and they were complaining that there were no dog poo bags at their local park. My theatre coordinator who was there says, well, this is what we have at Mandurah, and gave me a photograph of what they do at Mandurah, and it works really, really well. And so it's efficient. We all know that it is the dog owner's responsibility to clean up their dog's excrement. And while some of us are so efficient, we would never forget a dog poo bag when we went out for a walk, we are not all the same. Sometimes as we rush out the door, we forget to put it in our bag, or our dog poo container might be empty, or we've got a mum with 2 or 3 kids taking down the park with the dog and they forget to bring it with them. We're not all the same. If other councils can do this efficiently, why can't we? It is the little things that help life be better for our residents, and this little thing is relatively easy to do, and we hear about it constantly. And it is cost effective doing it in the way Mandurah does it, because every park bin in the City of Wanneroo is chained to a stake, and someone comes, unchains it and empties it every week or fortnight, and at the same time as our waste management team empty it, they can check that the roll on the back still has dog poo bags, so that it would be maintained in the system of what we're doing already. Remember, there is nothing more annoying than stepping in dog poo. The only thing more annoying than stepping in dog poo is cleaning it off your child's foot. Or kids playing in parks or in community shared ovals, running races and having to have dog poo cleaned up before they can do their little aths or play their football or play their soccer. If dog poo is still an issue when we've done all this and it's still happening, if we have dog poo bags at these level where we've got our rubbish bins and it's still an issue, then the issue is in our community members not going to the roll holder, getting a dog poo bag and cleaning up at it, and the community can speak to each other and hold each other to account. But we will, as a council, have done everything we can to provide dog poo bags and the facility for dog poo to be cleaned up in our local parks, so that we don't step in it, so our children don't step in it, and so the little athletic groups don't have to clean up after it. You know, it's the little things that really annoy our residents, and this is a little thing that comes back to bite us again and again and again. And so, councillors, I'm asking you to support this motion on notice that parks of a level for a rubbish bin have a dog poo bag dispenser attached to the rubbish bin at every one of those parks as we change the rubbish bins or we upgrade the parks. Councillors, I ask that you support me in this motion on notice. Councillor Coetzee, would you like to speak to this motion on notice?
Definitely, thank you. And thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forward. As Councillor Figg also know, our Residents Association have a big issue with this, because there are so many residents out there with doggos and love their doggos but don't love picking up after them. And I, for one, when I walk my dogs, I also experience this unpleasantness. One thing that people, I think if there is bags installed at the rubbish bins, it'll make it a bit more easier for people for if the dog make a mess to pick up after them. But not everybody remembers to take bags with them, or even they have these little containers hanging onto the dog collar, whatever, with this bag in it. Sometimes it goes empty and you forget to replace it. So by having a, if there's a rubbish bin in these bags, why will you not do it? It's not going to eliminate the problem, definitely not, but it might solve already a big problem or a part of the problem. So I am very happy to support this, and I hope that more people out there is listening to this tonight, or somebody will put it in the newspaper for waste bags to be installed on rubbish bins. And I would be a happier person when walking my doggos then.
I'm going to hate to say this. Do I have any speakers against? A question, Deputy Mayor Rowe, question.
I agree with the seconder, but I dearly hope much of tonight's meeting doesn't make it into the press. My question is, Mayor, it seems like in your recommendation you've referred to LPP 4.3. The admin comment, which I think was written by Mr Singh's team, refers more to waste operational guidelines. So through yourself, can I ask the administration, are they already planning a broader review of local planning policy 4.3 public open space with a specific focus on provision of facilities and services at public open space, and therefore could this be incorporated into that broader review?
Mr Dixon.
Yes.
Can I ask a question? If councillors support this, this will guarantee it being incorporated in LPP 4.3, and it will definitely go in if council supports this tonight.
Through you, Mayor, a review is currently underway of the policy. That's due to be taken to council forum in the next couple of months, and then we'll follow up with a report to council to go out for consultation. Administration obviously is aware of the debate tonight, and depending on the outcome of that debate, can incorporate comments with regard to what you're asking for through this motion on notice.
Thank you, Mr Dixon. Deputy Mayor Rowe, you have another.
So just once again, because Mr Dixon was so succinct, confirming that the September 2025 timeline that you suggested, Mayor, aligns with his own views as to when the report would be presented to council through forum to be able to have more of that broader discussion, factoring in some of the cost and benefits that you're hoping to achieve through this recommendation.
Mr Dixon.
Mayor, I'm confident that we will exceed your timeline expectations of September and bring it to a council meeting prior to that.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen, you had a question?
I do. Is the intention to replace existing bins or just bins that are not working or that are damaged? I'm just trying to work out if we're looking at replacing the entire...
My intention with this motion on notice is not to go across the whole city and replace all the park bins. Okay. My intention is that as parks are upgraded and we get community consultation and they ask for dog poo bags, even though at the moment it's not part of policy 4.3 in that area, that they get a bin but they don't get a dog poo bag. The other thing is when we change our bins because our bins are broken or burnt down, we have the opportunity in those parks to replace them. I don't want to go through every park in the city of Wanneroo and do it once, but I want to start transitioning so that we help our residents and we work towards the little things that really, that's what annoys. It's the little things that annoy our residents every day, and that was a debate, and I apologise. Do you have another question?
I do, and thank you for your speech on dog poo bags. I've sort of lost track of counting how many times you've said that. I certainly support having the waste bags at parks because we get a lot of requests for these, and in the past there's been ad hoc requests
for installation of these poles or the bags for parks. So I'm just more concerned if we, I guess you clarify, implement it at every park, then there may not be demands at certain location compared to other location, and that would be a waste of resources if that was to be the case. So if that, so this is simply an investigation, and I'm happy to propose to support it, but not to roll out, I guess, throughout every park that already has these bags in place, or to replace these existing bins, because I think that will be not ideal.
That is not the intention, as I said. Yeah, I'm not allowed to debate. Okay. Councillor Herried.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try and keep this professional and above the above the bin. The recommendation seems a bit open for me. So we're looking at updating the 4.3, which is fine, a new and replacement park. So are we saying that what we have currently is inefficient and you would like to change to this one, or are we investigating better options than what we have now for the waste bins?
Probably investigating better and cheaper options, and as I said, for new bins and replacement park general waste bins, as they need to be at that level, we change them up. So that if we have a park with a bin and we replace the bin, we replace it with a dog poo bag attached to the bin in a cost-efficient fashion. Councillor Herridge.
In sticking with my consistency of the evening, I'm not sure whether this is, I don't know, I can't believe I'm going to say this. I don't think this is actually giving us enough information, because you're giving us new information in your answer and you're asking us for new and replacement park general waste bins. It's not specific enough to exactly what we're asking. And I can't believe I'm also going to say this, that this could be something that should be discussed at a forum before we make this decision.
Am I allowed to respond to that or not? It has been brought up at forums before, but Councillor Berry, do you want a question?
I've got 3 questions, if I can, Madam Mayor. How many parks currently have dog poo stations?
Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. At this stage, we have 114 dog waste bag dispensers. They're not all at parks. Some of them are at the foreshore, like beaches as well. So some of them at the parks, some at the beaches. 114 all up.
Councillor Berry.
Thank you. And out of that 114, when you go to top up the bags, are there any that don't actually need topping up because the owners, whether the bags are there or not, are just too lazy to take those bags?
Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have that level of detail. Obviously, we have a crew member who will service those sites, and if they need topping up, they will top up. And yeah, it needs basis at each site. Generally, our team will know where quantities are needed, like the higher used site, they will address them more quickly than the others.
Okay, and
and your third question.
My last question, as a non-dog owner, what powers do rangers have to hold dog owners to account that don't clean up after their dogs if they witness such an incident? Thank you.
Ms Davis.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm actually not aware that we do have any regulatory functions for that one.
Do you have a question, Councillor Huntley?
I do, Madam Mayor, yeah. Can you tell us, on average, how many bags are actually stolen from the stations that there are right now? Because they are separate and away from the bins. And whenever I go and try and get a bag, there's none in the station. So how many do you think get stolen?
Mr CEO wants to jump in here.
Councillors, we seem to be asking a lot of questions about things related to dog poo bags. I think there's a recommendation in front of you. The sort of answers, we couldn't provide details on how many get stolen tonight. That would need to be something that's taken on notice. I think you have a recommendation in front of you tonight. If we could sort of stick to that to allow us to get through this item, that'd be great.
Councillor Bedworth, you've got a question. Oh, okay. Councillor Huntley, do you have a question? And please be succinct.
No, I was going to speak for.
We've had one against. Have we had one against? No. Okay, do we have anyone speaking against? Councillor Berry.
I'll speak against to allow those that want to speak for to speak for. I think cats should be included. They have cat poo bags, and therefore I won't just be supporting as it's on the basis of just dogs, because cat and dog owners pay the same fees. Thank you.
I think they can be used for either, Councillor Berry.
Thank you. That changes my mind.
Oh, eeny, meeny, miny, mate. Councillor Bedworth, I'm going to let you speak for, okay, because Councillor Huntley's asked a question.
Thank you, Mayor. As the owner of a German Shepherd, I can assure you it's not the little things. Look, we all from time to time take our dog for a walk. As it's been expressed, bags are not available for one reason or another. To have them there puts the onus on the irresponsible dog owner and shines a light on them to say you're definitely not doing the right thing. You have zero excuses now. And to supply multi-animal poop bags would be, responsible of us before we go down the path of, community residents crying out for dogs being banned from parks altogether and we can't exercise them anywhere as a result of bad ownership. So that's why I suggest that this is a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against? Councillor Herridge.
Sorry, Mayor. I'm speaking against because I don't think we have enough information, and if it was at a forum, I would be in favour.
Thank you. Speaker for? Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As a dog owner myself and have spent many times in the park, what the Mayor is suggesting to actually put bags on the bins is an absolute really, really fantastic idea. One, it prevents people going up to them to steal them because the bins don't smell that nice, and normally they're well away from the bins. They're, as you enter, they're either on a pole or a lamppost, or even on the coast, they're on a fence line. So to have them near the bins would mean people have got to appropriately walk up to the bin, and there are people looking at them. So I think it's a fantastic idea to actually have a bag on the bin, and it's at the back of the bin as well, so you've got to reach over. I think it's a wonderful idea. I think it's going to be brilliant, and I think we'll find that we might actually preserve a few bags as well.
Thank you. Speaker against? Question, Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you. I was just trying to work something out with your opening. Whilst I do support the idea of having further waste animal bags available for all parks, the issue I have is why is it only under the local planning policy? So how do we as a council, if I want more dog disposal bags or whatever we want to call them in any of the parks within my ward, would I not just then go to infrastructure and ask them to install one? Why is it a local planning policy?
The reason why this was put under local planning policy was because I got another report back from a park that the community consultation requested a rubbish bin and they requested dog poo bags. The dog poo bags were not back because they weren't a provision of that park under local planning policy 4.3, but the rubbish bin was accepted. And it just seemed to be rather silly to me that the rubbish bin was okay, but the dog poo bags that the community requested were not accepted because of the planning policy.
Yeah, look, thank you, Mayor, for the answer. It's almost like we're just repeating the government lingo or the administration lingo of just keep on doing the same thing. It's clear animal feces bags don't need to be a planning policy. They should be another policy. All we're doing is exacerbating it even further. So maybe your motion should be different in the sense by saying that we want all parks to have animal bags in them, and it's a policy of waste, not a policy of planning.
Mr Dixon, you'd like to respond to that?
Mayor, currently your local planning policy in Schedule 3 does list all of the assets that can be provided in the different types of parks. So that can be something we consider as part of the review of the local planning policy as to the level of granular detail you want in your review of that policy, or whether there's a different mechanism to achieve the same outcome.
Mr Singh, did you want to respond to that?
Thank you, Mayor. As we noted in the admin comments, we are also developing our waste operational guidelines. So this could be, we are intending to include that in the guidelines, provide some criteria where and what type of facilities of this nature can be provided. So the guidelines will also capture that one, whether they need to be referenced to local planning policy or not, that can be considered as part of our investigation in developing this particular proposal as suggested in the motion.
Thank you. Any other, are we up to speaking for or against? Against. If there are no speakers against, I think we've well versed on this topic. We've discussed it well, and I ask for your support. It just seems to be mind-blowing that we have to go into this detail to try and get dog poo bags in our parks within the city, and it's the little things that upset our ratepayers when they go down to walk and they step in the dog faeces, or the kids run in it, or there's not a bag there because they forgot to bring it. Let's just try and make life a little bit easier with this little thing for our community, and councillors ask that you support this motion on notice. Thank you. Councillors, cast your vote. Councillor Nguyen? Oh, yes. He was supportive of it. I would have got 13-1, but I think he's gone home. So the motion on notice is passed 12-1 with one against. We now go to the next item on the agenda, which is MN 080225, Councillor Bedworth, bookable bulk verge collection. Councillor Bedworth, do you have a seconder for your motion on notice?
Yeah, Mayor, it's Councillor Berry.
Thank you. Councillor Bedworth, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, we'll keep it brief, given the time. Okay, so since the implementation of the bookable verge collection system on the 1st of July 2024, I personally have received considerable feedback from our residents. While the intent was meritorious in its desire to streamline operations and enhance the service efficiency, it's now evident that many residents are encountering challenges with this new system. Difficulties with booking collections, limited availability, and the inconvenience for those without access to online tools have been recurring themes in the feedback that I've received. Our community has expressed a preference for the previously utilised scheduled verge collection system, which many found more user-friendly and accessible. The scheduled system offered convenience and certainty, especially for residents with larger items to dispose of, or those with limited ability to schedule specific collection times. Also, the aesthetics of bulk collections awaiting removal on differing verges for extended periods around the suburbs all year round has concerned many residents that I've spoken to. Acknowledging these concerns, it's only prudent that we undertake an urgent and thorough review of the bookable verge collection system. This review will allow us to evaluate its performance, identify any necessary changes, and ultimately make informed decisions that best serve the community's needs. As an agile and responsive organisation, our goal must remain to improve waste management in a manner that balances service delivery with environmental sustainability. By considering the feedback from our residents and conducting a comprehensive review, We can identify the benefits and challenges of each collection option and determine the best path forward. I ask that you all support this motion, and by doing so, we will all demonstrate to the community that we are listening to them, that they've been heard, and also we can keep one eye on continuously improving our services. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. So we've all just discussed little parcels of waste, and now we move on to talking about larger waste items. Over the last few months, I'd estimate about 40% of the correspondence I've received relates to rubbish and issues with dumping, the booking system and frustration. As some of my colleagues may have seen, I posted to my social media knowing Councillor Bedworth was putting this motion forward tonight. That post has received over 215 comments. Most are negative. The overwhelming message left in the comments is bring back the old system, the new one is not working. So today I logged on to the bulk waste collection myself, having read admin's comment that we could now book everything and the wait times were under 4 weeks. The first bulk collection for Quinns was not available until the 7th of April, well over 4 weeks away. The first green waste was not available until the 7th of April either. For electronic waste, white goods and mattresses, I could not even make a booking. I got this message. Due to high demand, there is currently no available bookings for this waste type within your area. Please check back in 7 days as we are continuously working hard to open up new dates. So based on my address in Quinns, the report advised all services are available to book within wait times under 4 weeks is certainly not the case. That is experienced by the residents that have been complaining to myself and Councillor Bedworth. It's very hard for me not to disagree with the residents that we represent when they are finding the new system not convenient, they are not seeing an improved visual amenity or improved safety as waste is just being dumped. Over the last few days, I've had 2 reports of dumping on private verges in Mindarie. I therefore ask you all to agree to this motion to seek a full review that reflects residents' experiences and provides accurate data so we can make decisions. I've read enough comments and had enough emails to appreciate from our residents' perspective that the bookable system is actually causing frustration and not working for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? Deputy Mayor Rowe has a question.
I do, and I apologise for stringing it out, Mayor, but I recall at the briefing session 2 weeks ago there were no motions listed on the agenda and there are 9 tonight. There was no interval to be able to ask questions, so it has to be through this forum. So my question is, the report before us, the administration in its comment advises that when council progressed towards adopting this new model, there was a confirmation that the city would review regularly and an intention that it would be done after a period of 12 months so that reliable and definitive data was available. Is that correct?
Mr Singh?
Yes, Mayor, that is correct.
Do you have another question, Deputy Mayor?
I do, thank you. And through yourself, Mayor, the administration's operational progress towards starting and completing that review, is that in line with this motion on notice?
Mr Singh?
Yes, Mayor, the intention from us was after 12 months data becomes available, we'll undertake the analysis and look at any improvements needed or any changes needed, or look at the service and discuss that at our Waste Management Advisory Committee. That has been discussed before, back in November last year. And after that, we will then, if we need to, come to council with any changes, if there need to be any changes.
Thank you. Any other questions on this motion on notice? Okay, any speakers against? Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in light of the fact that we are actually already doing this, I think it's a shame that it's actually come to us as a motion on notice, because we're almost saying that we have no faith in our admin for putting forward what we've already asked them several times for within other meetings. So this is a no from me.
Speaker 4. Is there another speaker against? Okay, Councillor Berry, would you like the right of reply? Oh, Councillor
should be
Bedworth, it's
Councillor
your
Bedworth.
motion. Councillor Bedworth, would you like the right of reply?
Just to reiterate what I said at the start, I think by supporting this motion, we're demonstrating to our community that we're listening to them, we're taking on board what they're saying. And even if there is a review coming, we are putting a line in the sand that this is definitely the time it's going to be coming. So timelines are very important.
Thank you. Councillors, cast your vote. Maybe. Is that what you want, a maybe one, Councillor Coetzee? Councillor Parker? Okay, so the motion on notice has been supported 12-1. Councillor Herridge has voted against. We now go to motion on notice 090225. Councillor Wright, position statement on political figures and political parties. Councillor Wright, do you have a seconder for this item?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'll keep my speech really short. As all of us know, the issues that are coming up around election time, but also how the city interacts with political candidates, members of parliament and political parties. I believe that through our new policy framework, we have the ability to create a position statement, and I think we should use that rather than creating a policy, for example, around what council is willing to accept or not accept, and provide that guidance to the administration. I haven't included specific issues to be covered within that discussion paper. However, some that have come up from time to time are around attendance at events for political candidates and political parties. I know two recent examples were a Labor candidate and a Liberal candidate at two of the city's events, which have caused a bit of an upstir and setting a precedent for other events. So I think to provide the administration with some clarity around what council is willing to accept, I think is really critical, as well as addressing any other issues that may have fallen through the gaps. I believe this is not committing council to anything, it's just to bring a discussion paper to a concept forum to have that discussion. And I haven't put any timeframes as obviously it's too late for these election rounds, but to bring to the appropriate council forum when time is permitted. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll also be brief. I commend the councillor for bringing the motion on notice. I think it was good instinct to broaden it and allow that discussion to take place in more of a workshop setting when the time comes to test what council's appetite is, perhaps after the two elections when we've had the opportunity to reflect after the experiences have occurred. I don't want to put words in the Chief Executive Officer's mouth, but he has advised us previously that the absence of a formal position of council has made it difficult for the administration to make some decisions around exhibitions of candidates at events and a number of other matters. And when that direction comes from the administration, that a position statement of this nature, workshopped and then decided by council, would assist, I am very comfortable in supporting that discussion to occur.
Thank you. Any speakers against this motion on notice? Councillor Huntley, do you want to speak against this motion on notice, or have you a question?
Yeah, I've got a question first. Can I ask, do political figures actually pay to attend these events, or do they just turn up free?
Ms Davis?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor, all people fill out the same form to attend an event, whether they are a political representative or not, and there is no fee for that one.
Thank you. You have another question?
Can I speak against, please?
Yes, Councillor Huntley, speak against.
Okay, so I understand where my colleague is coming from. However, If somebody is paying to be at an event, it's not for us to decide whether they could be there or not. And I think we have to draw the line in the fact that it's getting harder and harder for us to even know who our councillors are, who our political figures are, and who's who in the zoo. So to actually ban them from attending events or stopping them from attending the events, which is more or less, I think, if I've got this right, what we're saying, that they shouldn't be there, how is this going to work? So if it's a case of we are stopping them, I'm against, but if it's a case of we're trying to make well, I don't know what we're trying to do. So, yeah, maybe this should just come to forum.
Okay, any speakers for? Councillor Berry.
Thank you. I support the motion to bring it to forum. I think it's an important topic, and I think it's important that we discuss it and remain as neutral as we can, so we're not detriment to the city when we're going for funding, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, do you want the right of reply, Councillor Wright?
Look, only to say that it is to bring it to a forum for a discussion paper. We're not committing ourselves to anything at this stage. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed with 12 for and 1 against, which was Councillor Huntley. Item 10, urgent business. We have none. Item 11, confidential. I need a mover and seconder to go to behind confidential. Move Deputy Mayor Rowe. Seconded Councillor Berry. Councillors, please cast your vote to go behind closed doors. And that is passed unanimously. And we now go behind closed doors at 10 p.m. exactly. Yeah, I know. I'll tell them in. while we're on air to finish off the meeting. It doesn't look professional if we're all walking around yakking while we're finishing the meeting, okay? We're on air now. So for CR01 acquisition of land from Lot 5, 190 Flynn Drive, Neerabup as road reserves, the recommendation was passed by a complete agreement, 13 councillors who are here this evening, that Council 1 approves the acquisition of a portion of Lot 5, 190 Flynn Drive, Neerabup, as identified in the administration report from Alvito Proprietary Limited, ACN 008845378 at the agreed amount, including ancillary costs for dedication as road reserve. 2, authorises A, the Chief Executive Officer or a nominee of the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate terms, execute all documentation and comply with all applicable legislation in relation to item 1 above, and B, the Chief Executive Officer to execute the contract of sale and any other associated documentation between the City and Alvito Proprietary Limited, in brackets ACN 008845378, close bracket, to effect item 1, and 3, approves by absolute majority the amendment to the 2024-25 operational budget for the proposed expenditure described in the administration report, in brackets acquisition price plus ancillary costs, close brackets, to be funded from federal government grants sourced from PR 4347 Flynn Drive, Neerabup, upgrade Wanneroo Road to Old Yanship Road. For item CR02, independent members of the Audit and Risk Committee, the recommendation was passed unanimously with the 13 councillors that were here, that Council adopts the Audit and Risk Committee recommendation as contained in the confidential report. Item 12, the date of the next meeting. The next council member agenda briefing has been scheduled for 6 p.m. on the 11th of March 2025 to be held at Council Chamber, council meeting closed at 10:13 p.m. Thank you, councillors.